Good morning. Welcome to our Municipal Council agenda for Tuesday, March the 8th, 2022. I'd like to call this meeting to order and ask if there's any declaration of interest at this time. Seeing none, I will move to our land acknowledgement statement. The town of East Gwillimbury recognizes and acknowledges the lands originally used and occupied by the First Peoples of the Williams Treaty, First Nations, and other Indigenous peoples. And on behalf of Council, I thank them for sharing this land. We would also like to acknowledge the Chippewas of Georgina Island First Nation as our closest First Nation community and recognize the unique relationship the Chippewas have with the lands and the waters of this territory. They are the water protectors and environmental stewards of these lands, and we join them in this responsibility. At this time, I'm going to move into community announcements. As a character community municipality, I share the attribute for March as perseverance. I will not give up when things get tough. I will stick to my goals and work hard to achieve them despite obstacles and challenges. Perseverance seems like a very fitting attribute given the tremendous demonstration of perseverance demonstrated this past weeks in the Ukraine, the victims of an unprovoked violent attack. As a symbol of our united support and solidarity, we have raised the Ukraine flag here at the Civic Center. On behalf of Council, staff, and our community, I extend our prayers and strength to all who are impacted by this violence. And I extend our strength and prayers to Ukraine as they continue their valiant fight against this senseless war. I ask that we all show kindness and respect in response to this devastating tragedy. And my final announcement is that today, March 8th, is International Women's Day with a 2022 theme of Break the Bias. We celebrate women's achievements, raise awareness against bias, take action for equality. I am sure we can all identify a strong woman who has guided us in our lives. I thank my mom, the strongest woman behind me. At age 99, she is still going strong, and I continue to admire and learn from her every day. Are there any updates from our members of council? Councillor Foster, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to quickly say thank you to everyone who donated for the coldest night of the year walk that was on February the 26th. I'm proud to say that the town of East Gwillimbury raised in excess of $18,000 for that walk. Huge shout out to Mayor Haxon for reaching out to our development community who stepped up large for us. It was a great day. Councillor Crone and I got together and went for a walk around Holland Landing, and as I said before, I believe we solved all the world's problems and maybe caused a couple more. So it was just one of those days. It was a nice day for a walk, and again, thank you to everyone involved.
Thank you, Councillor Foster, for leading up our trade for this. Very much appreciated. Are there any other announcements? I'm not seeing any. Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Crone, go ahead, please.
There, sorry, trying to get the mute off. Yeah, just wanted to thank the Mount Albert Lions for hosting a fabulous pancake breakfast on the weekend. I know I saw some of my colleagues there, and you know, it was nice. It felt like we're slowly inching back to normal. So again, that was a great breakfast put on by the Lions, and I know they have lots of more activities in the future planned. So again, thanks, and thanks for everyone for attending.
Thank you very much. Any other announcements from members of council? I'm not seeing any at this time. I will move along to our COVID-19 update. It's administrative memo, COVID-19 update 2020-22-0. And we have staff here to update us on what's happening out there. Mr. Webster, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As Councillor Crone indicated, we are moving in positive direction with respect to COVID recovery. It's almost the 2-year anniversary of of COVID, if you can believe it. It was March 11th of 2020 when the National Basketball Association canceled their season, and I think that was a real bellwether. People really said, "Wow, this is something big," and it certainly has impacted all of us. And in particular, today we're going to speak about how it's impacted our town and our organization. We've had Mark Valchich, our deputy, and Chief McKenzie heading up our COVID. Firstly, it was the COVID management team while we were in the emergency, actually declared a municipal emergency, which was removed last October. However, the COVID team has now turned into our COVID recovery team. And today we have a fulsome presentation and update that Mark and his team have put together about how we plan to move forward in a positive fashion. So I'm going to pass it over to Mark and his team, and look forward to the presentation and the update today. So go ahead, Mr. Valchich.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, through you. There's two items on this part of the agenda. There's a memo, and then followed by a fairly comprehensive presentation. And the presentation is going to involve a number of our staff that have played different roles and continue to play different roles in helping us move forward. So with respect to the memo, Madam Mayor, which is the first item, I don't have anything to add to that. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. Happy to answer any questions if there are any, and then move to the presentation.
Thank you very much. Questions of Mr. Valchich? I'm not seeing any regarding this memo. Could I have a Councillor Foster, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Certainly not a question, but just a comment. And I couldn't help but think when I was reading this memo that as a first-term councillor, I think I've been staring at a computer screen longer than I've spent in the council chambers. And I don't think anybody would have thought of that as we were certainly going into this term of council or the beginning of the pandemic. So again, just a comment, it's just kind of wild when you think about it.
Thank you very much. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Foster, would you move this memo? And could I have a seconder, please? Councillor Crothers, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. We'll move to item 2. Mr. Valchich.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So we have a fairly comprehensive presentation. As the CAO indicated a couple of minutes ago, we've titled this Day 725 because we're almost 2 years to the day of entering what we originally, I think, I remember when the emergency was first declared and we were dealing with the first wave, thinking that maybe by spring or early summer we would, be back to, kind of the way we were used to things. And 4 waves later, and almost 2 years to the day, we find ourselves at a very important milestone point. What you're starting to hear more and more is that we're moving into, what might be referred to as next normal and a period of living with COVID. And that's really where we are as we start to see restrictions being relaxed. We start to see activities, emerging again. And this presentation is going to talk a little bit, I'm going to hear it from the perspective of a number of our staff that have been involved over the last 2 years. Going to talk a little bit about sort of where it started, where we were, and more importantly, what we've learned and how we believe we can come out of this even better than we were pre-pandemic. So if we can go to the next slide, please. So, Madam Mayor, really what started as a public health crisis quickly emerged and became clear that it was turning into an economic crisis and, importantly, a global business disruptor. And so we were forced to do things that might have in other circumstances taken us a decade or two of kind of modernization efforts and change. And we were forced really to change the way we did business almost overnight. And certainly you're going to hear a little bit more about that as we go through the presentation today. And what this presentation focuses on is over the last 2 years, in addition to sort of managing emergency response through four waves to date. It also gave us an opportunity to look at how we could forever improve our programs, our services, and the way we deliver and do our business at the town, really with the view of providing outstanding programs and services and value for money to our residents and our businesses. And that's what you're going to hear about in the presentation today. Next slide, please. So I'm going to turn it over at this point to Chief Mackenzie, just to talk a little bit about our emergency response specifically and some aspects of how we did that.
Thank you, Deputy CAO Velchich, and thank you, Your Honor. When we activated our EOC in March of 2020, SMT quickly transitioned to the COVID control group and began managing the event. We quickly realized that the pandemic wasn't going to neatly fit into the IMS structure that we'd been trained to, so we had to adapt. We adapted quickly and we modified our approach to this response, but we kept the IMS structure in the background, and I think that was vital to keeping us on track and keeping us going. The success of our response can be directly attributed or tied to the emergency management training that we've received in the years past, as well as the commitment of SMT to participate in that training, set us up for success. The slide you're seeing there is just a snapshot of some of the communication elements that we managed throughout the past 2 years. In addition, from a CMC perspective, I attended 105 meetings with the region as well. And that leads me to the last point. The impact of our response and recovery was the immediate connection with the region and the public health unit through our program manager, Laura James. Next slide, please.
Thank you very much, Rob. The other thing I wanted to mention, Madam Mayor, is and the chief talked a little bit about our EOC setup and the training we received. We really had a lot of confidence in the process, the incident management system process that we've been trained on over the last several years. And it went so well that the chief and I were actually asked to speak at a regional municipal workshop with all York Region municipalities about sort of the EG response to the pandemic. And it was sort of seen as a best practice in terms of the last 2 years, and really want to thank the chief and certainly the former fire chief for setting us up to be able to deal with an emergency. And in normal circumstances where an emergency might be a couple of days, a couple of weeks, a couple of months, we certainly didn't anticipate it being a couple of years. And really what happened during that period is in large scale terms, we transformed from largely dependent on physical service delivery and physical workplace attendance to virtual service delivery and really an ability to work from anywhere. And today's meeting is an example of what we sort of learned and what we developed through the pandemic. Next slide, please. It's really important, Madam Mayor, from my perspective, that in addition to this amazing amount of response, and really I've often referred to our, particularly our information management and technology folks as operational first responders. Without them, we would not have been able to pivot the way we had to when we were dealing with the initial stages of the pandemic. But in addition to all the work that was done and the almost 40 updates and so on to council relating to COVID, there was this incredible amount of activity that was still taking place in terms of permit activity, work orders and CIES, library activity, and so on. And you can see on the slide there by the numbers, the incredible amount of day-to-day operations that were going on, in addition to everything we were doing specifically to respond to the pandemic. Next slide, please. So the balance of the presentation, Madam Mayor, really speaks to moving beyond recovery into what we call build back better. And so very early on, I think this is kind of important, It was actually in May of 2020, we started to talk about recovery. As you know, that was still very early on in the pandemic, but we knew that we had to think about what were things going to look like as we started to normalize, which now we're referring to as kind of next normal. Some have referred to it as new normal. And so at that point, we developed a COVID-19 response framework that was really a risk-based framework that would enable us to expand and contract as risk levels changed. And we used that, as you know, a number of times through the 4 different waves. And then in December 2020, that's when we really started to formalize our discussions about how do we move out of recovery into something that really is more of an organizational development exercise and what we call a new optimal service delivery model that takes things that we learned or that we used to do pre-COVID, things that we learned during COVID, and come out even better as a team and in terms of programs and support and value and efficiency for our residents. At that time, we created a Build Back Better facilitation team. It was a subset of our recovery group, and Margot Bejen and Tara Lajavardi volunteered to lead that process. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Lajavardi just to talk about that process and go through the next few slides.
Thank you, Mark. Through you, Madam Mayor, as Mark alluded to earlier, the town's Build Back Better journey was initiated essentially in a more formalized process in December of 2020, essentially with the objective that we were talking about to be better than we were before COVID and leverage what we have learned throughout COVID to create an opportunity for us to handle the next normal. And essentially that comes through lessons learned and leveraging all of that in terms of what we have gone through over the past 2 years. Our goal at the end of the day is to make sure that we maintain our posture of being an employer of choice as we want to deliver services better, faster, and often at a lower cost. So our journey essentially looked at a couple of different angles. When you're looking at this slide, throughout the pandemic in the past 2 years, we have been able to realize a vast array of opportunities to essentially further enhance our service delivery models, in which essentially it enables us to better serve our residents and our businesses. In order for us to strategically, look at our procedures and leverage these lessons learned, we needed to come up with a pathway to support our optimal service delivery model. And that was our Build Back facilitation journey that resulted in a number of different initiatives that we took into account. As you can see on the slide before you, we went through an extensive engagement strategy with members of council as well as staff. This included 7 meetings with members of council, 5 sessions held with our extended management team, and used other means such as, for instance, staff surveys, manager-led team meetings to better understand the needs for our business units and how we would be able to better support an optimal service delivery model. At the core of it all, the focus centered around essentially service excellence and recognizing that not all jobs are created equal. So we need to have an equitable lens of looking at it in that fashion, which when you're putting the lens of flexibility, it does allow us to look at the jobs in that flexible manner to achieve equity. Now, what I would like to do is turn your attention to our findings. Throughout the 2021 and through all of the facilitation meetings that we've held with either council or staff, we were able to compile what we had heard and what mattered most to individuals. This slide essentially provides a high-level overview of what we were able to gather through the facilitation exercises, and it essentially captures what we've heard mattered most, whether it's a scheduling approach, whether it's new tools and technology to support flexibility, whether it was formal or informal opportunities to connect with team members internally, rethinking our customer service and opportunities to further enhance our responsiveness to navigating and managing within a hybrid environment. All in all, we recognize that nothing really exists in isolation. And as a result of that, we needed to put a strategic to-do list together and essentially look at those in a more of a requirements into a to-do list, turn it into how we're going to be operationalizing that plan. And today we're we're very pleased to be able to share how 4 subject area leads are going to further expand on the to-do list. But at this time, before going into those details, I will pass the presentation back over to Mark to further provide an update prior to going into those details. Mark, over to you.
Thank you very much, Tara. Madam Mayor, really just to reiterate, we really look at this Build Back Better as an opportunity to what we call optimized service delivery in the next normal phase. And many organizations have had discussions about for example, remote work, and have focused on remote work. It's so much bigger than remote work because it's about how we deliver programs and services, how residents have options of accessing those programs and services, how we facilitate better engagement, how we use the tools, and really importantly, how we reduce costs. You know, when we look at something as simple as how we use facilities, if we can reduce our reliance on the facility footprint, there's tens of millions of dollars in potential savings in capital costs and in operating costs that directly benefit our residents and our businesses. And so, and not also to forget about the fact that over the last 2 years, as we've started to look at doing business a little bit differently, there's been ancillary environmental benefits as well, as our footprint has been reduced through reduction in travel and carbon emissions and et cetera. And these are things that, as we move forward, I think would be really important for us to measure and to report on, because they all make up the benefits of sort of how we can come back better and stronger and more efficient than we were before. So with this, Madam Mayor, I'm going to have, there's 4 program leads or subject matter leads that are just going to speak briefly to what they're doing at this point to help us go the rest of the through the rest of the journey. And I also want to point out that the good news is that we're not starting this Build Back Better journey at this point, because we were forced to pivot so quickly and so comprehensively through the last 2 years. We're probably 80 or 85% of the way there. And now it's a matter of continuing to sort of fine tune that, formalize some of that, and then, you know, really sort of communicate that effectively as we move forward. So I'm going to turn it over to Michelle Collette, and it'll be followed by a few other subject matter area leads, and then I'll close off. Over to you, Ms. Collette.
Thank you, Deputy CEO. Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of council and staff. Very pleased to be here this morning to give you an update from the people side of life. So we'll go to the next slide, please. As we've discussed in the presentation so far, the team has been working on we have developed an initial, we'll call it a flexible work arrangement policy and program. It is in the completion stage. It'll be going back to the COVID group this week for a final look over, and then we look to present it to staff through a very important communication. So that's on the docket for the next few weeks. And we have had lots of discussions, as we've mentioned, with staff about creating this flexible arrangement program and policy, as well as working with our N6 comparator group and the region as well. So that's very much looking forward to presenting that to staff. We've also, during this time, identified training opportunities through our N6 initiatives. As we know, we have a wonderful, excellent partnership with our N6 partners. And we will continue and have continued to provide training opportunities and resources to our staff through the hybrid remote work model. As you know, we've been working diligently to provide staff with health and safety protocols all through the pandemic, through all the number of days that we've been in this very unprecedented time. And we will continue to do so as we move into our flexible work arrangements, ensure that health and safety protocols are created and followed, which would include improved ergonomics. As you know, we've ensured that staff have had what we'll call ergonomics through virtual means, and we will again ensure that continues. And our EAP, as we know, mental health is a very important topic, and we want to make sure that our staff, as we move into a new direction, are provided with all the resources and training and guidance they need to ensure health and wellness continues as we move forward. And we're also having this opportunity to look at how do we recruit, onboard, and continue to retain our staff during a hybrid environment. So those are just some of the top of mind areas that we're working on in our people world. And again, thank you for your time. We will now move to, I believe it's IT is next. Thank you.
Madam Mayor and members of council, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. The Build Back Better program provides opportunities to further optimize services. The modernization program provided staff access to tools and supports they can use to further enhance service options for residents. To support the changing needs of the organization, we've built an environment where staff have the ability to work from anywhere while delivering services. And we continue to prioritize solutions that deliver important information to our operations staff and first responders. We are in the process of improving the town's technology acceptable use policy to ensure staff have an understanding of their responsibilities and rights, as well as the expectations of the town regarding the use of technology in the workplace. We recently surveyed staff to learn more about their individual business solution training needs, and I'm happy to report that we have an extensive list of requirements that will be addressed in 2022. We've also hired an experienced contract resource who will provide application support and training opportunities for staff. To help adjust to a hybrid work environment, we are working with facility staff to create new workspace configurations and technologies that will ease the transition for staff to work between locations. We continue to prioritize education and awareness about information security practices to ensure staff remain diligent in the protection of the town's information assets. Through all of these changes, the IT team have remained resilient and continue to welcome opportunities to help staff expand the use of technology to optimize services to residents. Thank you, and I welcome Meeta Gandhi, who will speak about the customer service area and communications. Thank you.
Thank you, and good morning, Mayor and members of council. Next slide, please. So through COVID, we continue to support the organization and the community. Internally, we work to provide for virtual staff town halls and COVID updates, and this we did in collaboration with HR and pretty much every department in the town. And this was a means to make sure that staff were engaged and aware of developments and policies and procedures that were being undertaken to support staff in the community. And we worked extensively through the tools that we use through our website, through social media, and media relations. Our Build Back Better connection is something that we have been focusing on. How is it that we're going to support the municipality in improving, not only in maintaining, but improving customer service? To do that, we enhanced the website functionality. We launched the new website last year, and we've continued to expand online self-service options. For example, we're in the process of launching a marriage license application that can be done, and that will eliminate time and effort on all parts. We are promoting the town's optimal service delivery model. So all of the service delivery options and the discussion that you've heard so far, all of the communication that needs to go into supporting that, that's work that we have undertaken in the communications branch. We also are planning to support the flexible work policy implementation that the Director of HR mentioned. And we are looking to improve end-to-end customer service. As part of the 2022 capital budget, there is a new customer relationship management system that is being planned for, and that will be used to enrich the end-to-end customer experience, and will deepen the knowledge base so that it will make sure that all members of staff have the same information that they can provide to residents. It allows for consistent service delivery, and we will also, through that system, allow for expanded resident access to customer service. So that is through certainly the online portal, but also extending the customer service skill set to the community centers. I believe General Manager Karmazin is next.
Thank you, Meeta. Good morning through you, Madam Mayor. As we reopen and continue to support recovery efforts, Community Parks, Recreation and Culture works very closely with all of our departments across town. A first area of focus will be reviewing our facilities and the schedules with each of our departments as far as requirements within our facilities. And that is for all of our municipal facilities, from the Civic Center to our community centers to our libraries and our operations center. We'll be reviewing with human resources as well any health and safety requirements or further modifications to workspaces and work environments. And we'll continue to maintain our enhanced level of cleaning and maintenance. And on a go-forward basis, we do have an approved capital project for this year to conduct a request for proposal for a formal space needs analysis. And this analysis will take a look at the short, the medium, and the long-term growth for the town, and how we would respond and plan for that growth. In particular, looking at our facility inventory, what type of work environments we need to provide moving forward, the standards for work environments, and how flexible work options may be incorporated into that planning work. And that work would be done with an architectural firm and a space planning firm. And then we're also looking at plans for resumption of our in-person council meetings, which would obviously occur in the council chambers. I'll now pass the presentation back to Deputy CAO Valchek for further comments.
Madam Mayor, our last slide, next steps, where do we go from here? So as Chief Mackenzie indicated early in the presentation, we're transitioning from our COVID control group, which is really our emergency operations center response group, to really handling this at the senior management team level, more operationally, if you will. We're gonna continue to have a close eye on emerging provincial regulations and public health updates, and implement health and safety protocols as required. We've been through this after having been through 4 waves and thinking each wave was kind of the final wave. We're aware that living with COVID is still comes with some uncertainty. So we will continue to be adaptive and flexible and nimble as we move forward. And we're going to continue to focus on recovery and support for our residents, our businesses, and our town operations, which continues to be our priority. And as I said earlier, moving from strictly speaking emergency recovery to continue to make sure that our organization develops, modernizes, and continues to optimize service, because we think that that's really important, and that it's something that, quite frankly, our residents and businesses expect of us. And in terms of updates moving forward, because our mode is becoming more operational, we see those updates, rather than being at every council meeting as a COVID update, would be more so, Madam Mayor, through to yourself and council and to the public, as appropriate and as required as we continue to evolve. And perhaps in closing, before we take questions, Madam Mayor, I really want to take this opportunity after 2 years of sort of being in this response mode to thank and appreciate yourself, Madam Mayor, and Council for the leadership that you've and support that you've shown through this, to our COVID control group that has really worked incredibly well together. Chief Mackenzie as our Community Emergency Management Coordinator and co-chair of the COVID control group. Really appreciate all of the leadership and support there. Our recovery team, our Build Back Better facilitation team, and certainly to all staff who, quite frankly, have demonstrated incredible commitment, resilience, and focus on ensuring that our programs and services that our residents and our businesses and stakeholders rely on have continued virtually seamlessly through this incredible period of disruption. So with that, Madam Mayor, I know it was a little bit of a lengthy presentation, but after 2 years being in this mode, we thought it was important to provide both yourselves and the public a little bit more of a comprehensive look back and look forward. So with that, Madam Mayor, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Valchek. it's like taking a look back in our lives and trying to understand what happened the last 2 years, and there isn't a lot to focus on except what we're doing today, looking at everybody on cameras and trying to do the very best that we can for our community. And thank you to all of our staff for I think rising above sometimes your expertise and pulling from a hat perhaps some days on trying to recover or to make sure that everybody is being looked after, and thank you to all of staff for doing that. Questions, comments from members of council? Councillor Roy DiClemente, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for this presentation. It wasn't lost on me that it's on the calendar. It's, I think, 2 years to the day. I think there's a couple of days here and there as far as what day of the month it is, but it has been 2 years almost exactly since we last met in the council chamber in person. I did want to ask through you, Madam Mayor, I guess it would be a question for Ms. Gandhi. The slide notes that there's some plans to expand access to customer service, so residents' access to customer service. What do you see that taking the form of? Is it increased hours at the customer service desk for in-person service, or are you contemplating something like a live chat, chat with customer service reps during business hours or things like that? What sorts of things are you considering?
There are a couple of things. One is that we're implementing the new customer relationship management software. We're actually in the process of selecting a vendor as I speak. And one of the requirements includes the online capability. So the ability for individuals to submit a request at any time. It may not receive an immediate response if it's 2 o'clock in the morning, but they can certainly submit a request at any time. And so that is that type of functionality. There is one of the requirements in the request for proposals was the ability for chat functionality. I would suggest that that would be a future stage of the project and not something that we would implement right away. So there is the online capability. And then the other piece that we are looking at, and this was approved through the 2022 operating budget for an individual to work in the sports complex who has a customer service, who is essentially a customer service representative who is placed in the sports complex. We're in the process of actually interviewing candidates for that particular position. And so that would allow for individuals who come into the sports complex to be able to certainly ask questions and to conduct transactions to the greatest extent possible. We probably won't have blue bins and green bins right away, but certainly conduct and provide for the ability to answer questions. That individual will rotate into the Civic Center on a bi-weekly basis so that their skill level is maintained. And we will have people who work in the Civic Center rotate into the sports complex. So this model is something we're trying out. And then with the way I describe it to candidates is we're looking for a franchise model, not an owner-operated model, where everybody who comes into an East Gwillimbury facility has the same experience and that they have the same level of skilled individual in front of them when they come in.
Thank you for that. The reason I brought up the live chat was really just a way of a lot of our newer residents, English is not their first language. And so if they have the opportunity to be able to chat and translate live, I think that expands our inclusiveness and access tremendously. If they're not able to or not comfortable picking up the phone, that they can use the chat function. It's certainly how I've got a lot of friends who are on WeChat who don't speak English very well, and we muddle through using Google Translate. And so I think if we have the ability to do that with our residents, that would be helpful. So if there's a way to escalate that, I think I certainly would be supportive. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions, comments? Councillor Crone, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to staff. I think it needs to be said again that we've been in this 2 years now, and for us as councillors, we show up and sit down at our desk and press a button, and the meeting appears. And I don't think staff gets enough credit for everything that goes on behind that, because it's a tremendous amount of work. I think when this whole thing started 2 years ago, we missed one meeting. and we picked up pretty fast after that. And so a lot of other municipalities can't make that claim. We really, delivered on the electronic meeting. I don't remember hearing about Microsoft Meeting or Teams or Zoom at that time, and now I wish I never heard of them. But it's the effort, and it's not just the IT. It's everywhere. We've been creative about this, and this really needs to be said. Staff has really stepped up on being creative and finding new ways to deliver service, so that we didn't drop the ball. So I'm really proud of what the team has done here, not just for us on council, but for the residents of East Gwillimbury. But specific to the presentation, there was a comment which I'm very interested in. I know Councillor Foster talked about spending more time online than actually in the chambers. It's about the resumption of in-person council meetings. Do we have a sense of when that might be for us, and what's going on at the region, when's regional council meeting back in person, and what some of our other neighboring communities in York Region are doing? Do you have any sense of the timing around any of those? Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Madam Mayor, yeah, I'd be happy to answer that question, and thank you, Councillor Crone. I can tell you that some other municipalities, Aurora specifically, has started beginning in March with in-person council meetings again. One of the differences in Aurora is their council chamber has undergone pretty significant facility changes to put up plexiglass partitions between council members and a number of things to kind of ensure health and safety in the chamber. I think our position, and at least to date, our position with council has been, and council support has been for trying to resume as quickly as possible once major facility changes and/or PPEs are not required, so that you're not going back into cubicles with face masks and that sort of thing. I am aware through the regional CAO meeting last week that the region is looking at perhaps starting to introduce some form of in-person attendance in the April timeframe at some point. They want to see how the next few weeks goes, and make sure that as we sort of open up and as the province opens back up, that we're not into kind of a yo-yoing effect of open, closed, open, closed, open, closed, because we've kind of seen that play out multiple times over the last 2 years. And so I can tell you that our staff are busy testing the technology and the protocols to ensure that as soon as possible, when we do start to see some attendance back in the chamber, that we have the protocols and the technology to do that effectively, and with what we're calling a hybrid model, which would mean that some might be able to be in attendance, some may not be in attendance. It could be some staff, it could be presenters, it could be deputants, it could be some council members, whatever. We want to make it as flexible and accommodating as possible, so that you can continue to resume your duties in the chamber, but maximizing flexibility not only for yourselves but for staff, and importantly for residents and people that want to engage and participate in the process. So I would see. I've hesitated through the last 2 years making any predictions around date, but at this point, if everything continues the way it appears, I think it would be reasonable to assume that we might be able to start to see some sort of phased attendance in the chamber, perhaps in the April timeframe, consistent with what we're seeing at the region. But we'll continue to report on that and make sure that we believe, at least from a staff perspective, that we can support council effectively to do your business properly when you're back in the chamber, because we think that's most important. So that would be sort of a time frame that I think would be reasonable for us to perhaps be contemplating at this point.
Thank you. Councillor Roy DeClemente, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think I don't think it would come as any bit of a surprise to those of you in this meeting anyway, that I'm a self-professed doom scrolling germaphobe. And I think that even I feel that it's time for us to return to the chamber. And the Ontario Public Service is returning back in person. We've been planning for a return, according to this presentation, since May of 2020. Our staff have continued to show up to work. It's time for us to show up in person and do the business of the town in person. From my perspective, I feel quite strongly that it's time. If the 7 of us can go to a restaurant and sit down and have a meal without any significant risk and so on and so forth, then let's get back to our jobs in person in the chamber. And that's I feel quite strongly that it's time to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Councillor Crothers, go ahead, please.
I agree with the comments that I've heard. I just want to reiterate, I think I've said this before, that I think it's really important to have an option for people if they're feeling a little under the weather. I know in the before times, we would push ourselves to make sure that we came in. It's an important meeting or a staff of an important presentation, and you put your health second and you come in. We need to make sure that the new normal is that if you have sniffles, you don't come in, but there's ways to participate otherwise. So I hope that that will be part of it. Thank you.
I think our virtual meetings could always be with us if people were either not locally available, however, could come into our meeting at whatever time, or as you've indicated, Councillor Crothers, that poor health or perhaps even a sniffle that might be shared, better to stay home and be a part of the meeting in that fashion. So certainly very different times. And what have we learned? Well, we've learned that we can do it wherever we are. So questions, comments from other members? Mr. Webster, go ahead, please.
Madam Mayor, just further to Deputy Velchich's comments about reopening of the chambers, we did have staff monitor the Aurora Council meeting on March 4th, and I believe we have some pictures of how their chamber looks, just if council wanted to see how it's set up. So maybe our clerk could put them up, and you can see that they have those plexiglass sort of cubicles, and folks wearing it's a scattered use of masks, so it looks like they haven't made mask use mandatory. So that's how they have sort of jump-started their return. And we're watching others reopen quickly. You've said in the past, Madam Mayor, sometimes you don't want to necessarily be first, but you also don't want to be last. And I think the April timeframe puts us in a good position to have a good planned reopening for at least one of our meetings in April, and then from there on, maybe a more robust reopening.
Thank you. Councillor Persicini, go ahead, please.
Yeah, well, it's kind of a strange thing when you go to the airport and you fly and somebody's next to you, almost touching you, you're allowed to do that. And I don't believe we should waste any money on the taxpayers' money on the plexiglass. I mean, I think it's safe. We should do it. God willing, where everything is in place, and the safety there. And the plexiglass is not gonna save anything. I think it's a waste of money, my personal opinion. But we should get back to the office. If you could travel, go on the freaking plane and sit next to someone. And it doesn't make sense to me. There's no common sense in how this whole thing is treated. Let's use common sense, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other questions, comments? I'm not seeing any at this time. I have a motion, be it resolved that administration presentation dated March 8th, 2022, entitled Build Back Better, the Next Normal, be received. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Crone and Councillor Morton. All those in favor? And that's carried. Mr. Velchik, are there any other reports that are not listed on our agenda this morning?
No, Madam Mayor, in this section of the agenda, we are complete.
Thank you very much. Very complete, I must say. Very complete. Thank you. With that, I'm moving down to item F, and that's deputations. And we have a deputant waiting to speak to us this morning, E. Stavros, making a deputation to council regarding pedestrian and driver safety on residential roads in Mount Albert Core Village. And I'm wondering if Ms. Stavros is with us now, available.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we do have Ms. Stavros on the call, but I believe they are muted.
Please put your microphone on if you can hear us.
Ms. Stavros, perhaps you are, if you are able to contact or dial into the meeting once more, it will allow us to enter you into the meeting again. Through you, Madam Mayor, it appears that they have just left the meeting. If you don't mind giving them a couple of seconds to rejoin.
Please.
Through you, Madam Mayor, it appears that we do have our deputant on the call. Ms. Stavros, if you can hear us, hello.
Hi,
Wonderful.
can you hear me? Oh my gosh, this has been quite a trip trying to get connected.
Well,
First, my
you're connected
computer-
now, and we're happy you are. Go
Yes.
ahead, please.
Thank you very much. Well, good morning, Madam Mayor and members of council. I'm actually continuing a deputation that I made before the mayor in September of 2018. And it was mainly my concerns about the increased traffic, increased traffic within the downtown village core in particular. Now, as you know, because of the new developments, which, by the way, I welcome because we do need the business, as I do, run a business myself on Center Street. However, what's happened is since the new developments have begun, the increased commuter traffic, including large haul trucks, delivery vehicles, 18-wheelers, buses, vans, and with much concern, construction vehicles are now barreling down our residential streets. In particular, well, I mean, I'm sure there are more than Center Street, but in particular, Center Street between Mount Albert Road and Vivian seem to be the ones that were bearing the brunt of the increased commuter traffic. Now, I'm saying this not lightly because I literally, my studio faces Center Street and I'm at Main Street. We purchased the Dr. Forrest House in 2006. So I get a bird's eye view seat of all the traffic and how fast they are going. Now, since 2006, we did have a bus stop on Center Street. However, that was taken away. With the increased traffic, the infrastructure within the downtown core has not kept up. So I'm proposing that we look at speed calming measures on an urgent basis because these vehicles are averaging in some points 80 kilometers an hour. This is also made worse by the new stoplights that were erected at bear with me, Mount Albert Road and Center Street. So what's happening is commuters that are coming home from work are impatient. They're sitting at the stoplight, and the cars are backing up behind. So we've got 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 cars. When they hit the green light, they start traveling northbound down the hill on Center Street towards Main Street, and they're not stopping, and they're following very close to each other, and they're going 70, 80, 90, and more kilometers per hour. When I first addressed this issue in 2018, I was assured that a survey would go out and get the opinion of the residents, particularly the seniors, particularly the ones on Alice Street, residents that rely on wheelchairs or crutches or have other mobility issues, pedestrians with baby strollers, carriages, shopping carts, and the like. We need to protect those pedestrians and keep our downtown village core safe, accessible, and comfortable for residents and visitors alike, as we do rely on the downtown core for our business and also our identities, because we are a heritage community, and we do have several vulnerable older homes, century homes, such as the Dr. Forrest house, which is where I am. We need to protect that. We need to protect the beauty and the integrity of our town, but at the same time, offering business opportunities and commerce. So I have been referencing the revitalization program, the one that was actually, I believe it was passed in 2015, 14, I believe, but it's under review, I believe, right now. So I would like to see some attention, urgent attention taken to the downtown village core, and with an immediate view to review, work with concerned citizens. The concerned citizens that I've been connected with are actually the Mount Albert Concerns page on Facebook. So if you go onto that, you'll see my questions, and you'll see other residents' concerns as well. So it's there are quite a few people that are concerned with the safety. I'm sitting in front of my window now, and my heart stops every time I see a huge truck barreling down at 80 clicks, and I see someone trying to maneuver across the road. Now add to that someone that has mobility issues, and it's just an accident waiting to happen. So I think, because I only have 5 minutes, and someone's going to have to tell me when that 5 minutes is up, hopefully, I just wanted to today voice those concerns and ask for action, and be connected with a staff member that we can work with to assess the problems, identify the key points in the downtown core where traffic calming measures are necessary. Most importantly, we do need crosswalks, especially at Main Street and Center Street, because basically that's the hub of our downtown village core, and that is where pedestrians are most situated, most concentrated. So I am proposing that another survey be made. However, the last time a survey was posted, it was posted on the East Gwillimbury website. We weren't given notices by mail, and I actually missed it, which I'm kicking myself for. But my concern is that the residents that don't have access to computers or the internet, or for some reason do not use the computer, or such as our seniors, valued seniors, I'm proposing also that notices of future of future surveys or surveys be sent by mail if possible within the downtown core. And I would also volunteer to help in any way I can. Since I am right here, I get, I see what's happening every day. So I would be willing to volunteer my time and my efforts to assist the town in any way I can, so that we can get the downtown village core safe and comfortable and accessible to all of its residents and visitors. And just one last point, I realized that there was a new construction project at Center Street and Main Street, and Vivian Road. And I am just cringing at the thought that these heavy construction vehicles, heavy load vehicles, are going to start using our residential roads and posing threats to pedestrians, but not only that, but to our properties. I've seen sediment and rocks and metal falling off of these trucks and hitting the roads. And I've also noticed there is some degradation, a lot of degradation to the asphalt on our residential streets. And I think that's about it that I can think of right now, but I think that's a good start. So I think I'll just pass it back to you.
Thank you. It is a very good start. You've done a lot of work, and congratulations on coming to us as your elected officials to not only do you come with a problem, but you also come with solutions, and that makes a big difference for us in listening to a presentation like yours. My first reaction would be that we need to have more presence of York Regional Police. While there's a lot of speeding, as you've indicated, they're the only ones that can really pull them over and chastise them appropriately with a ticket. And so that is something that we can do as a municipality, is put that area on the list, that it is important to have them there. The other part of it is, and I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Molinary. I see Mr. Webster's there as well. In that, I know that there are some communities within York Region, I hear it at York Region Council, that they prohibit large vehicles from being in downtown areas. And it's a matter of putting signs up and then enforcing it. It takes a few days. Sometimes there's people that don't get it right away, but it doesn't take very long before they realize that it's being enforced, and there's other ways of getting to their job site. It may take them a little longer, but it's a lot safer. Mr. Molinary, are you able to? There you are. Thank you. I wonder if you could assist us as well with comments on how we can make this area a beautiful downtown area that needs to stay for the people, not the traffic. Might you have suggestions for us, please?
Certainly, Madam Mayor. There's a number of things we can do. We have a very robust radar board program that we can deploy onto those roads and get some ideas of the speeds that are there. We have done that in the past, and many times we find that, yes, there are always some outliers that are speeding, but the vast majority of cars are actually following the speed limits in many areas of Mount Auburn. But there are many that are also speeding in addition. So, working with police is certainly a way to get some enforcement. In terms of large trucks, we certainly through development process, we ensure that the trucks are not to go through the core. So, for instance, in the Aberton development, their access into the site is from Doan Road and then south on Doan to get to their site. So, I guess one of the issues is it's not always the same truck drivers going to the site. So sometimes some of those truck drivers aren't aware of those rules, but we are in constant contact with that particular development in order to get them to speak to their trades and make sure that they're following the right route. But that has been a challenge for us. Some other things we've done, some rumble strips have been installed along Center Street that have, as part of a pilot to see if there's something we can do in order to make drivers aware of the speeds that they're going at. And those sorts of things have moderate assistance with regards to that. But really, it's, I think, in terms of getting some feedback as we go through the Center Street revitalization project, there's going to be lots of opportunities to speak with residents and get some feedback and do some design on the road with respect to potential widths of road and maybe by narrowing some of those some of that roadway, we can get some side friction, which will also decrease some of the speeds. Introducing lay-by parking and other features such as that also has the benefit of reducing speeds and creating some pinch points where people have to slow down for people who are parking in those spaces. So there's a lot of potential, and there's a lot of potential points of contact with the public on this one, and we look forward to discussing this further with residents through that process. And I guess as an immediate step, we can certainly have our transportation coordinator reach out to have a more in-depth conversation with respect to this and make sure that we've got all the points that were brought forward and say how we're addressing them or some additional things that we can do going forward. And I guess those are just some preliminary comments, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Molinari. Ms. Stavros, are you still there? I hope that I'm not seeing that she is or is not with us right now. But by not hearing from her, I'm assuming that she has left the call. I'm wondering.
Through Madam Mayor, Ms. Stavros is on the call. However, I believe somehow they have been muted on a phone call, and I believe they can still hear you. We just don't have an ability or a mechanism to unmute a phone call.
So if you can unmute your call, then we could have a conversation with you as well.
I believe they are rejoining the call right now.
Okay, very good. Councillor Crone, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. While we're waiting, I just thought I would like to put it out there through you to staff that I'm sure, and I'll speak for Councillor Morton as well. I would like to be involved in these discussions because I know this is something that both Councillor Morton and I take, community safety very seriously. We have been working our way through the different parts of the ward that are challenged, and we have invested in this as well to keep our ward safe. And so, I'd say to Mr. Molinari, please include us in these discussions and the outreach. We have some ideas as well. Councillor Morton and I chat quite frequently about things that we can be doing, and I would ask that we please be involved in this as well because it's important. We want to make sure that we get it right. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Absolutely, and I'm seeing nods. I think that was a given, but thank you for reminding all of us. I would say both of you are very, very astute and very well versed in this area that the speed is greater than it should be. So, do we have our deputant back? Very good.
Yes, I do. Sorry, I have to call again.
No, that's okay. We can hear you. Yes, go ahead.
Oh my gosh, it's like one of those technical days. Okay, no, I missed that last speaker. I think I caught the tail end, and he was saying that he wanted to get involved. I just don't know who he was or what group he was with.
That's Councillor Scott Crone and Councillor Kathy Morton. Both will want to be involved with this project to make sure that they are part of it. So that would be a given. Great. And you did hear Mr. Molinari speaking?
I did, and I was just wondering who Mr. Molinari, what's his purview or what's his title? Because I just want to know what his responsibilities with the town are.
Mr. Molinari, would you like to introduce your job to Mrs. Stavros?
Certainly, Madam Mayor. So I'm Mike Molinary. I'm the General Manager of Community Infrastructure and Environmental Services. In my department, we deal with traffic town-wide. You know, we can certainly look into this, and we'd like to reach out and maybe set up a meeting with you and Councillor Crone and Councillor Morton and have a discussion and get into this in a little bit more detail.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello? Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Molinary. Thank you so much for that. I'm going to take you up on that offer. I would love to meet with you and sit down, as well as with Kathy Morton and Scott Crone. And I've met Kathy before. She's great. She's also, I believe, on the Heritage Council, which is very important for this town. But I just want to go back quickly and just point out, when you mentioned that there was a study, or we had observations by the town looking at the speeding traffic and the commuter traffic, there was a survey that Madam Mayor did commission and an observation where they did stand in the middle of the town. They observed the traffic for a 3-hour period. Since then, that was 2018. It's 2022. I don't know when the last time was that you just traveled into town, but we're talking, this is not like a 1 out of 3 or 4 vehicle issue. This is like 3, 4, 5 out of 10 at any given time issue of speeders. So this is why we need urgent action, especially crosswalks. People have no way to cross the street. And I just, I hold my breath every time I see someone that is having a problem across the street. You know, I'm just waiting for an accident. I'm not waiting. I mean, that sounds awful, but I'm always on edge because I'm looking at this firsthand, and I don't think that it's being taken as urgently. This issue is not being taken as urgently as possible. So I just have to disagree with you, Mr. Molinary, about the constant speeders and the actual density of the speeders. I just wanted to add that, and I would also look forward to scheduling a meeting with the councillors and yourself, and let's start getting to work on bringing back this beautiful, beautiful town I fell in love with in 2006.
Thank you. We certainly have made notes. I can see all members of council making notes, but particularly Councillor Crone and Councillor Morton and Mr. Molinary as well. And we thank you for coming to us and talking about it. Just by your voice and the way you present, we can tell that you really do care about the municipality and you care about the residents. We do too. Times change, more construction takes place. People try to find shortcuts on their trip from work, and we need to remind them that it's not appropriate to be driving the speeds that they're driving, and we will be making every effort to remind them, perhaps even with the York Regional Police, who do a very good job of that as well. So thank you very much. We do appreciate it, and you can be rest assured that there will be people reaching out to you to have a meeting.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor and honorable members of council. I appreciate you listening to me today, and I look forward to speaking with you soon and with a view to resolving these issues. And thank you, and have a great day and a safe day.
Thank you. You also. Bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
We have a resolution as far as this deputation, be it resolved that the deputation made by East Stavros regarding pedestrian and driver safety on residential roads in Mount Albert Village Core be received. That's moved by Councillor Crone, seconded by Councillor Morton. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. We do not have any other deputants today, so I will move along to item G. And we have B. Titherington, Director of Transportation and Infrastructure Planning, and L. Crawford, Manager of Transportation Long-Term Planning, York Region, making a presentation to Council entitled 2022 Transportation Master Plan, Proposed 2051 Transportation Networks. And I'm sure the two of you have listened to our deputant as well, knowing that you have your traffic hat on also.
Yes, good morning, Madam Mayor and members of East Coolumbury Council. Thanks for having us. Of course, I think it's an interesting segue to our presentation, understanding the impacts that transportation has day to day on people's lives. And of course, we're going to be taking that issue is a ground level transportation issue. We're going to be sort of taking it up 30,000 feet, looking at the transportation master plan. Our manager of transportation long-term planning, Lauren Crawford, will run through a 10-minute slide presentation. And this fits in with, I think, some of the issues this council has dealt with in terms of the regional official plan update, as well as the water wastewater master plan update. So this is the third in that series talking about the transportation. So we'll give a quick presentation and then be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. Madam Mayor, members of council, and everyone watching online, thank you so much for the opportunity this morning to provide an update on York Region's draft transportation networks and focus areas recommended for the 2022 Transportation Master Plan update. You could go to the next slide, please. Sorry about that. Get my screen set up properly. Great. So today's presentation will include transportation network maps that identify the proposed cycling, roads, and rapid transit needs to support planned growth over the next 30 years, which is to the year 2051. You'll also hear about our proposed focus areas, which are more detailed issues that we believe need to be addressed by Regional Council in the 4-year term following the completion of this master plan. And the network maps and focus areas that are being presented today are drafts, and they do represent the improvements that regional staff feel meet the transportation needs of the community based on realistic future funding assumptions. So as such, the maps and the focus areas are still subject to change based on input received from our residents, local and regional councils, and other stakeholders over the next month or so. The Transportation Master Plan will not be providing details about when over the next 30 years specific projects should be built. Details on the timing of the projects will continue to be determined through the region's 10-year capital program, which is approved each year by council. Next slide, please. The project to update the Transportation Master Plan is being coordinated with other regional studies through the Municipal Comprehensive Review process, and that's to ensure that the outcomes do align with the updates to the Regional Official Plan, the Water and Wastewater Master Plan, and also the region's Development Charges Bylaw. A draft of the Transportation Master Plan will be presented to Council in March next week. It was actually reviewed last week at Committee of the Whole. And the final version we're aiming to bring forward to Council in June for approval. Next slide, please. So we are following a 3-phase process to update the Transportation Master Plan, and throughout each phase of the TMP study, staff are engaging with the public, and we've been reaching out to stakeholders to seek input and also share our ideas on the future of transportation in York Region. We've completed phase 2 of the TMP study, which focused on exploring transportation network alternatives and identifying the preferred network for 2051, as well as completing background studies and developing the focus areas. So we're now in phase 3, which is the final phase of the Transportation Master Plan study. And we're continuing to consult with local municipal staff, councils, residents, and stakeholders as we finalize the master plan. Next slide, please. So this slide just summarizes the key themes that we've been hearing from over 1,000 respondents across the region about what's most important for making travel decisions and the desired future for transportation. Our team reached out to and heard from residents, business owners, travelers, regional councillors and mayors, local municipal staff, and a number of government agency partners. And as you can see, many of the themes relate to enhancing access to a variety of travel options that provide connections that are safe, reliable, convenient, and environmentally sustainable. Next slide, please. So we've heard that there is a strong interest in walking and cycling, and we saw this as a growing trend even before the pandemic. But over the past 2 years, having easy access to walking and cycling facilities has become even more important than ever. The region already has a solid system in place to plan and build sidewalks with our local municipalities, and it's really through this TMP update that we're progressively planning for the cycling network to be developed over the next 30 years. We have mapped out the cycling network into 2 maps, just so it's a little bit easier to read and understand. One map focuses on commuter cycling and the other map on recreational cycling. But the 2 maps do work together to showcase where we're looking to build off-street facilities on regional roads, and then also working with our partners at the conservation authorities and our local municipalities to build connections through the trails network. So this map that you see on the left of your screen is the first of the 2 cycling maps that's being proposed for the 2022 TMP update, and it is intended to showcase the regional road cycling network, which, as I mentioned, is the one that we're anticipating would be mostly for commuter cycling. Next slide, please. This second cycling map recognizes the strong regional trail network that spans York Region and also crosses regional boundaries. And we see this being primarily used by pedestrians and cyclists, particularly for recreational uses. You'll note on this map that we have called out a few trails of regional significance, such as the Lake to Lake cycling route and walking trail, which will provide a 121-kilometer link from Lake Simcoe to Lake Ontario, with connections to major trails when complete. The portion of the route in York Region is more than 80% complete. Next slide, please. So throughout the study, we've also heard that more people than ever before are interested in taking transit. We developed the 2051 Rapid Transit Network based on the following guidelines. So aligning with provincial plans to deliver subways and GO expansion, protecting for additional corridors over the longer term to address York Region's interests, and then focusing on infrastructure as opposed to transit service, given that the TMP is that long-term planning resource. So as you can see on the map on the left, we've shown bus rapid transit ways on regional roads. We've indicated the Spadina and Yonge subway corridors, as well as protecting for potential future subway extensions. We've indicated the provincial transit ways along 400 series highways, as well as the proposed Highway 413 corridor, and noted expanded GO rail corridors. Next slide, please. So although there has been an increased interest in cycling and walking and taking transit, we do recognize that for many who live in the region, the car really is still their primary mode. So here we wanted to show you the proposed future road network. Improvements in the 2051 road network focus on maximizing the benefit to travelers and connecting communities while recognizing the region's financial realities, both today and into the future. Our investment decisions are being informed by the region's priority setting process, which was approved by Regional Council, and it's based on using a sophisticated travel demand model to anticipate future travel demand. The proposed 2051 road network then prioritizes improvements in the following areas: in the region's most congested corridors, in areas of new development and major employment, and in areas that facilitate access to freeways, regional centers, and rapid transit corridors. So in addition to the road improvements, you'll notice that the proposed network on the screen here also shows building mid-block crossings and missing road links in the network to better connect communities and provide more options for travel across the region. It includes interchanges required to support growth, but considered by MTO to be regional initiatives. And we've indicated road rail grade separations, most of which we're assuming to be led by Metrolinx as part of their GO expansion program. We've also noted roads under provincial jurisdiction that we anticipate will require improvement to support future growth in the region. Next slide, please. So here's just a list of some of the investment opportunities that the region is committed to, but are outside what's being described on the maps. These really are defined on a shorter term, more annual basis, and would result in additional projects in East Gwillimbury. Next slide, please. So the 2022 TMP update includes 5 focus areas that represent our transportation priorities, where we still believe extra work is required to address key transportation issues. The focus areas will explore opportunities for further study and consultation to develop recommendations and action plans that staff will take forward to Council for discussion and approval over the next 4-year term. These focus areas will replace the many specific transportation policies which had been included in the 2016 TMP. So I'll just briefly go over the 5 proposed focus areas. The first one is safety for all travelers, and although safety is always top of mind for our transportation projects and initiatives, we do recognize there is a need for a regional plan for traveler safety, and we are exploring that. Transportation equity is a newer area for us, and we really see that as providing transportation options that are inclusive and recognize the diversity of personal abilities, age, gender, income, and culture. And the focus area would explore whether there are opportunities for all travelers to access transportation facilities and services in York Region, and whether or not new policies or initiatives are needed. The third one is in reducing car travel, especially during rush hours. And this focus area looks at options that allow travelers who are able and interested to use methods of travel other than by car during the busiest travel times. Our fourth area is financial and environmental sustainability, and that's really to ensure that transportation investments are both affordable and consider environmental impacts. So one action we've been talking about at the staff level may be to enhance the region's priority setting process by including evaluation factors going forward, such as greenhouse gas emissions, best value for money, etc. And then our last area of focus is really doing a deeper dive into the review and role and function of regional corridors. So we are thinking that that will include exploring a number of important actions, such as reviewing the ownership and maintenance of cycling facilities and street lighting, identifying the best way to safely accommodate walking, cycling, and then of course newer options such as e-scooters and e-bikes along regional roads. Evaluating the effectiveness of high occupancy vehicle and transit lanes, and whether the current 6-lane regional road policy needs to be updated. Also determining whether the region needs a more standardized approach to parking on streets and how and where parking on regional roads is permitted. And then also looking at assessing the impact of large trucks on regional roads and balancing the need to move goods and provide services with the potential negative impacts on communities. Next slide, please. So the proposed 2051 transportation networks do recognize the region's financial realities. The proposed infrastructure better aligns with our capital spending forecast while still protecting for projects outside our capital funding capability. The proposed 2051 networks align with provincial investment plans, such as Metrolinx's 2041 Regional Transportation Plan and the more recent MTO highway planning, which includes protection for parallel transitway corridors. And the focus areas are being designed to highlight key initiatives that will align with the TMP strategic objectives and our priorities for further study and implementation over the next term of council. Next slide, please. So throughout the fall of 2021, we had started to share the draft TMP network maps and focus areas with local staff, the public, and regional council. And we have now been presenting these maps through with our local councils since late fall, November 2021. And today's presentation is one of the last one in that series of presentations. So just to highlight our next steps as we go forward, I did mention up front, we have drafted the TMP report for council review, and it is going to regional council this month. We are planning right now on conducting our third and final public open house or PIC in the spring of 2022, aiming for probably late April for that session to finalize the draft plan. And then our intention is to bring the final version of the transportation master plan and report to regional council for their approval in June of this year. And so with that, that ends the formal part of our presentation. I think the next slide just has our contact information.
Thank you very much. Very interesting, and we are all very excited and concerned about traffic in East Gwillimbury. So this is very timely for you to be here with us today. Thank you. Thank you so much. Questions from members of council, please. Councillor Crone, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to our presenter. And forgive me if this is a little too into the weeds, but I'll ask you on the with respect to the trail system on the Zephyr track. There's a bridge that's out, and it kind of breaks up it's a lovely trail, but you get stopped at either end of the trail because of this bridge. Would there be any consideration to look at connecting these two trails by building a bridge? Or again, I apologize if I'm too in the weeds. And
no, through the chair, it also happens to be part of our team who leads the active transportation strategy, so I have a bit of insight into the Zephyr Trail. We're actually still finalizing the purchase of that land from the rail authority, so there's still some I's to be dotted and T's to be crossed in that purchase. But we do know as part of that, there are at least a couple of existing structures. I'm not sure what you're talking about as an existing structure or a needed structure. Those will be part of our plan as we acquire this, to look to see how we can not only put the trail into good working order, but how we maintain it over the long term as well. So we'll be working with both East Gwillimbury and Georgina on how we will maintain the trail, and likely looking the structures will likely probably stay with the region since we've got that expertise in house. But it's sort of step one is to finalize the property purchase. Then we'll be looking at the structures on that trail.
That's great. I thought I'd take a shot and let's see if you knew. But so that's amazing. I'm really excited to hear about that. I know I've had a number of residents ask me about that. Okay, so Madam Mayor, if I may, just one more question.
Certainly.
With respect to the my ward, I have Mount Albert, the village of Mount Albert. It's not very large, and we're in a sea of greenbelt separated from the other communities, and so transit is a big issue for us. York Region has scaled back some of the offerings. We no longer have regular bus service. We have dial-a-ride, which is appreciated. It's better than nothing. Is there, when I look at your goals of wanting to reduce car travel and transportation equity, I would think those are pretty tough nuts to crack when you look at our situation in Mount Albert. What's your perspective on going forward? What we can do to enhance the transit options for the good residents of Mount Albert?
So through the chair, maybe we can take a stab at that one. It's a good question. It's a difficult one, particularly you had a great presentation we watched on the recovered to COVID, and COVID has had a big impact on transit. And at the best of times, particularly, the region's a challenging geography. We are a spread out communities over large geography, which makes the fiscal reality of delivering transit service to some of our smaller communities challenging. And so we've seen some of those routes. Certainly, we're already adjusting service to meet ridership in some areas, and that over COVID has become more difficult. I think one of the focus of our master plan is trying to give options to regional residents, but also recognizing where those options are more viable and where they're not. So the region is shifting. Our transit colleagues are looking at what we're now calling mobility on request, which is sort of the dial-a-ride, the newer version of that, and looking at a more on-demand service for areas where we just don't have the density and the population to viably support transit. I think that's the challenge. When we're looking at the cost per rider on some of these routes, it really did become cost prohibitive to provide that service. So that being said, we do think our transit equity policy will help us look and understand what that means in terms of and other options that might be more cost effective than a 60-foot bus or a 40-foot bus running with one or two or nobody on it in many areas. And then in the areas where we do have viable options, and that's why we're a region of many different communities. In downtown Vaughan, for instance, right now we have a subway, and so that's an area where there are viable options. And so it's a bit of a mix, and we are certainly, when there's demand, we're happy to provide the transit service, but we're also getting accused in a lot of areas of running empty buses, and what kind of good planning is this at the regional? So we're trying to find that balance, and we're really doing, I think our YRT colleagues would tell you we are highly data driven. And a lot of it will depend on density and how many residents we have. But you said the mobility on request service is a good one, and we're happy, if you're looking for more information, Councillor, happy to get you in touch with our YRT colleagues to see what we can do and what's available for Mount Albert specifically.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. No further questions.
Thank you. Other questions, comments? Councillor Roy DeClemente, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you very much for this presentation. I did have 3 items I wanted to kind of cover off, and one of them was I guess a different way of asking the same question that Councillor Crone did, and that was the slide that depicts the trail network and sort of references the lake to lake. I wanted to advocate on behalf of making that eastern connection. Right now, it looks like it stops at Holborn, and I acknowledge that there is an acquisition of land. I think Infrastructure Ontario had declared its surplus and so on. This I think would be an important connection to make, even just from a north-south perspective, because of the tourism and the regional significance of providing a complete loop. You come up one way across Lake Simcoe and down the other. That creates a full connection there for not just your local traffic, but also to attract trail riders and cyclists from around the world to spend money in York Region. So I would strongly advocate on behalf of making that connection, at least in the long term, or at least making a connection with a dotted line or something on that map. Then somewhat associated was a question through you, Madam Mayor, about the bike lanes, the on-street bike lanes, and what the standard the region is going to be implementing. Are we talking about lane separations, grade separations? The cover sheet of the presentation shows a lane separation. Those have been shown to dramatically increase cyclist traffic and improve people's sense of safety while they're on 2 wheels, competing with those on 4 or more. I'm just wondering what your standard will be, if that's going to be some policy language placed into this document.
So through the chair, another good question, and we can say that certainly the region has experimented with both on-street and off-street lanes historically. We are now moving towards off-street lanes as our preferred. And again, cycling is a tale of different circumstances well across the region. When you're looking in our urban areas, we certainly are looking to get our cycling facilities off street. So when I say off street, it's behind the curb in whatever sense that we were able to do that. And in some of our rural areas where we don't have curbs and we've got ditches, we are looking as part of our road resurfacing program to provide as much additional pavement width. We typically pave now right to the top of the ditches, short of acquiring new property, and striping the road or painting the road to provide some extra space for cyclists. While not officially a cycle lane, it still does provide a bit of comfort if you're using those lanes to get away from vehicles. So our preference going forward will be to be off street, and that's going to require a lot of cooperation with our local partners. As you know, with our municipal act, we've got some pretty good clarity around roads and sidewalks, who owns what, and the cycling areas kind of fall into a gray area. So as Lauren mentioned in the presentation, one of our focus areas is to look at the ownership and maintenance of off-street cycling facilities. We want to ensure that the jurisdictional issues don't stop us from doing the right thing, and that's getting people where they feel safer to ride. And so we also want to make sure we're promoting the trails. As you mentioned, the lake to lake route, which I ride with my family, is a great resource, and we're trying to continue that, as you mentioned, as well as build a new one down in Markham, Vaughan, and in Richmond Hill. So no, we're certainly cycling is becoming sort of top of mind, and so you'll see a lot more of our planning. We're actually looking to try and create a separate program just to highlight some of the cycling. You know, a lot of times our cycling routes were just sort of wherever we happen to do a road, we'll do something adjacent to that. We've grown the program. We are, creating a number of standalone projects, much like the Zephyr Rail Trail purchase of property. So we're going to try and start to highlight those plans separately, because we're not just doing cycling where there are roads now. So thanks for the feedback, and we are looking to do grade separation, or it's not grade, road separation. So we're keeping the cycling lanes off the road wherever we can.
Thank you very much. If I may, Madam Mayor, I did have another question, and it's completely in the opposite mode of transportation, and that has to do with highway interchanges. I notice on your slide that there is a potential interchange noted at Doan Road. It's obviously not part of your 10-year capital plan. It says that it requires future study, but at this point it's already roughed in, and it wouldn't take much to implement. I'm just wondering, what's the trigger that would move that interchange out of the for future study and into your capital plans?
So through the chair, good catch. And actually, I noticed that as preparing for this presentation this morning, that label really is more for all the other interchanges we identify across the region, because as you know, we have pre-built that interchange, and the only thing holding us back from that one is just the timing. As you know, it's not in the 10-year program yet, but we are just waiting on the timing of servicing discussions in East Gwillimbury, and as a number of the other road projects in East Gwillimbury. We are poised. Many of the studies have been done. Doan Road is no different, and so once we get confirmation of the timing of new development, those will be quickly prioritized for inclusion in the 10-year program. So that one is kind of the asterisk on the labels, because the labels are for some of the interchanges which don't have ministry approval yet. That one is a different one. So no, good catch.
Is there, through the chair, is there a way to flag that so that we have some assurance? Obviously, everything when you talk about East Gwillimbury is reliant on the servicing discussion, but is there a way to flag that as not requiring further study and
yes,
we'll have some certainty for it?
Through the chair, we will look at something, and so this is why I'm glad we've got draft maps and we have these conversations, because each community looks at our maps through a different lens, and we try to make sure that our labeling meets all the needs. I can assure you it doesn't change anything behind the scenes, but certainly we will look to find a way to differentiate that interchange, because it is in a very different place than the other ones highlighted on the map.
Thank you, Mr. Titherington.
Thank you. Other questions, comments? Councillor Carruthers, go ahead, please.
Thank you, and thank you for this presentation. It's very eye-opening to see what all the plans are. I'm looking at the proposed 2051 road network, and I see the Bradford Bypass dotted in there, and I have concerns about how that connects up to the north-south roads, and what road improvements that will see, particularly of concern, and it's come up at our council meetings in the past, is where Bradford joins Highway 11. Right now, that intersection is a mess, even with the improvements that have already happened. And if we start getting a highway dumping onto Bathurst Street, that intersection is going to get even worse. So I'm wondering what the plans are for that, or if you're still waiting for finalization on the bypass.
Yeah, through the chair. So that obviously a provincial project, and we have been in touch though with our provincial colleagues on the highway and the interchanges, and we have, I know your council's passed along some recommendations for future interchanges, both adding, subtracting, changing, and we've passed those along to our colleagues at the province as well. I am told in my discussions, we're going to have some future chats with the province about their plans. They've certainly heard the request coming from East Gwillimbury, and they are looking at and assessing what the impacts of those could be. So I'm expecting in the next few months having some discussions about what a revised access plan could look like for Bradford, as well as they're also obviously doing a number of other environmental studies, and as many are aware of as well. So we do expect to be engaged along with town staff to understand where the ministry is going with the Bradford Bypass. So at the master plan level, we're just simply identifying that it's a connection the province has planned, so we've included that as part of our planning work. But as you can see, we don't show any interchanges on there because those details are to be determined.
Okay, so my concern is not the interchanges, but the impact that an interchange at Bathurst Street will have at when it gets down to Highway 11 there, where we have that mishmash of the way the roads all intersect there. That's going to be a major issue, I assume, for the region. My second question is around downtown Holland Landing. As you're aware, we're doing a revitalization there, and it's a regional road. So we're hoping that we can align our projects, and I'm wondering where that fits into your 10-year capital plan.
Yeah, so this is the work along Highway 11, the reconstruction work. Is that what you're referring to, Councillor?
Right in the downtown Holland Landing.
Oh, right in downtown,
yep.
sorry.
Yeah.
You know, we're looking at adding a sidewalk on our Highway 11 reconstruction project. Yes. I was confusing it. I believe we are partnering. I'll have to check on that. I believe we are partnering with the town on that. I know Mr. Molinari and I believe had discussions about that a couple of years ago. So I'd have to check. I don't have the details of that at my fingertips, Councillor. I don't want to give you any wrong information. But last I remember, we were coordinating. But perhaps if we could follow up, I just don't want to give you any information that is not correct.
Wonderful. Thank you. That's all.
Other questions, comments? Mr. Titherington, I just have one, and it's regarding the Bradford Bypass. I know it's not the regions, but how important is the Bradford Bypass going to be to regional roads moving forward?
Yeah, no, good question, Madam Mayor. And I think certainly a discussion of highways has been front and center in the province lately, not only the Bradford Bypass and the Highway 413. And so from a transportation perspective, they have been included in our plans right now. And so the networks that we're showing are what's required with those links in place. Without those, we'd have to go back to the drawing board a little bit. And one of the major challenges we have in the north part of the region is really the connections between Highway 400 and Highway 404 are not great. Green Lane is sort of a mishmash. I mean, I use it all the time. I'm a Aurora resident, so you get in between the 400 and 404, you're kind of along Green Lane, then you've got to sort of go up Bathurst and Highway 9, and those intersections are obviously challenged as well. Then you compete with the GO station, and it really leaves the communities of Georgina, East Gwillimbury disconnected from Innisfil and the west side of Simcoe. So while Simcoe is a great asset for our communities, it is quite a barrier, and this link really does help connect the eastern side of Simcoe to the western side. So we see some really strong transportation benefits, and plan to work with the ministry as they work through their process, whether both on the environmental side as well as the transportation side, to get the interchanges right. So as I said, what we're showing now relies on that, and if the decision is to not move forward, then that would require a number of changes, particularly for east-west roads in the north part of the region.
Thank you. Other questions, comments? I'm not seeing any others. Thank you so much for being with us this morning. You can tell by the number of questions that have been asked that this is a very important topic to all of our council. I have a resolution, be it resolved that the presentation made by B. Titherington, Director of Transportation Infrastructure Planning, and L. Crawford, Manager Transportation Long-Term Planning, York Region, entitled 2022 Transportation Master Plan Update, proposed 2051 Transportation Network be received. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Roy DiClemente, Councillor Persichini, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Good to have you with us. I'm going to move along now to item H, and that's adoption of our council minutes from the meeting held on February the 15th. Are there any questions on those minutes? Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Foster, Councillor Crone, all those in favor? And that's carried. Item I is community infrastructure and environmental services. And our first report is community infrastructure and environmental services, municipal servicing for condominiums principles. And Mr. Molinari, this has been a very interesting topic. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah. So this report is a follow-up to previous reports to council on this matter. Council requested that the two existing condominium boards provide feedback on the proposed principles, and those were King's Landing in Mount Albert and Peter Street condos in Holland Landing. So feedback was received only from King's Landing. Peter Street did not provide comments, but in our staff report, we have summarized the feedback that was received and provided some staff responses. And I can provide a quick summary of those for you. Essentially, there was a request that the town revoke registration with the MECP. The town's not able to do that just because it's the MEC's requirement alone. It's not a town requirement that we can have any carriage over. The private water system has more than 6 services and does not qualify as private plumbing under the building code. Also, town bills for King Landing are based on our bulk meter at the transfer point. The condo board can bill its residents as it sees fit. They can divide the costs equally amongst the residents, or they can choose to provide that billing monthly, annually, however they see fit. But it's the meter that the town uses to establish those that water usage is the bulk meter at the transfer point. In terms of waste collection, the town typically wants to provide curbside collection through our standard program. When the site configuration requires a garbage truck to reverse down one of the narrow internal roads multiple times each week, and that creates some fairly significant safety concerns from our perspective. In discussions with GFL has confirmed that reversing is a source of a high number of accidents for their fleet, and it's just a maneuver that from staff's perspective we feel is not has risk, and we have concerns from a town perspective on that. So some of the servicing principles that we provided in the previous report are such that in terms of waste management, the town. Staff suggested the town would provide collection, provided the site can be serviced through standard curbside collection program without requiring the collection vehicle to reverse. In terms of drinking water quality, the town will enter into a Section 5.4 agreement with the condominium upon request and upon the condo agreeing to the terms of our standard agreement. In terms of infrastructure and maintenance, really, the infrastructure that's on the condo property is private property and it's private infrastructure. So it would be the condo board's responsibility to maintain their own private infrastructure, including all the water mains, sewers, streetlights, sidewalks, roads, and including winter maintenance. And Madam Mayor, that's a summary of our report and response, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Questions? Councillor Crone, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll apologize in advance. I have a few questions, so I'm going to take up a bit of time here. But this is important that we get this right, because we're not only dealing with the condos that are in front of us today, but the ones that will be coming on stream in the very near future. So I really don't want to be having these types of awkward conversations with condo owners a year or two from now. Let's get it right. So help through you, Madam Mayor, to Mr. Molinari. Thank you for your report. It's regrettable that we can't, we have two opposing sides here, and it's regrettable we can't get a little closer together in the middle. But help me understand. You made a comment about the Safe Drinking Water Act and how that operates. I was under the impression that the chief building officer can designate whether or not under the building code whether a development goes under the Safe Drinking Water Act or not. Have I got that wrong?
Through you, Madam Mayor, there is a determination, but there's criteria for it, and one of those criteria is how many service connections are there, and if there's more than 6, then that puts it in the category of not being plumbing, and as a result, it falls under the MECP's requirement for a non-municipal year-round drinking water system.
Because it's in excess of 6. I think there's 29 units there.
Yeah, exactly. So there's a little more, but that's the main criteria for it.
Okay. All right. Then, so because it's in excess of 6, it has to be registered under the Safe Drinking Water Act, which is all done through the auspices of the Minister of the Environment. Have I got that correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. Now, not that you're a representative of the ministry, but could the condo board then petition the ministry to be released from the Safe Drinking Water Act?
Certainly, they could request an exemption, but that would be entirely up to the ministry to approve and consider that. Okay. But they could always ask, yes.
Okay, so all right, I'll take it back a bit then and just maybe ask you a broader question now, Madam Mayor, through you to Mr. Molinari. With respect to your understanding of how different condos are set up in York Region, you know, with respect to, you know, Safe Drinking Water Act, garbage collection, water meter reading, and water testing, is it universal or is it scattershot? You know, everyone is different. Is there any universality here? Are we the odd ones out? Is everyone doing their own thing? What's your understanding, Mike? Sorry, Mr. Molinari.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, and we tried to be somewhat consistent with others. You know, in terms of the Section 5.4 agreements, it is true that not everyone in the province is following what the town is implementing, but the town has had discussions with the MECP on this, and we are simply following the directions that they've listed in their guidelines. And that's that. Some places don't have chosen for whatever reason to not follow them or aren't aware of them, but they are there. And since we know about them, we'd be happy to not follow them if the MECP said not to. But until they do that, we are subject to their regulations. In terms of waste collection, a lot of municipalities are proposing the exact same process that we are. And obviously, when we were putting this report together and this process together in developing principles, we did seek out other municipalities to see what they were doing. Hardly any municipalities will provide snow removal, winter maintenance. That's pretty much consistent across the board. In terms of waste management, many municipalities are following the same protocols that the town is proposing. And really, it comes down to safety and efficiency. On any large-scale municipal operation, anytime you introduce things that cause excess time, that cause unsafe situations, those are things that you don't want to incorporate into your operation because it's inefficient, causes risk and safety issues for the town. And reversing a large dump or a large garbage truck once, you know, with a spotter, maybe that's acceptable. But we're talking about an operation that happens weekly, multiple times a week, and oftentimes those vehicles don't have two people in them. It's a single operator loader who's backing that vehicle down a very narrow road that's narrower than our municipal standard in a residential area. And, you know, we don't like to hear about accidents involving garbage trucks, but they're fairly common. And our advice is to not use large scale vehicles like that for that operation. There are smaller vehicles that could potentially be used and other vehicles that are more suited to that type of operation. And for that reason, we feel strongly that you know, waste collection should only be occurring, and we'd be happy to collect it if we can have our collection vehicle go through, enter driving forward and negotiate the site and leave driving forward without having to reverse. In terms of yeah, so I think that covers off the main services.
Water billing?
I'm sorry?
Water billing, the meter reading?
The water billing. Yeah, and water billing, I guess that's, you know, that's also falls along similar lines. You know, most places will have a bulk meter and most municipalities will charge based on what the meter's reading based on their meter. So if you've got private meters that are within the development, those meters are not necessarily calibrated. You don't really know if they're accurate, if they overbill or if they underbill, because every meter is going to have a certain degree of accuracy. So you know, the town is simply billing based on the infrastructure that it owns, and the condo board has the ability to, like I said, to be able to distribute that equally amongst its residents, to bill them monthly, to bill them quarterly, to bill them once a year if they'd like. So really the amount of administration that the condo board would like to use or apply to that is completely up to the condo board. But you know, for the town to bill based on the individual meters that aren't even owned by the town, you know, how do you really reconcile between the differences between the bulk meter at the property line and the sum of all the meters within the development? You know, there's things like, you know, leaky pipes, there's flushing, there's all sorts of other things that happen during normally running a system like that need to be accounted. And you know, from the town's perspective, we should be recovering the actual water that's consumed from that site, and not necessarily trying to figure out, you know, what water was used where and et cetera. So I think from that perspective, what we proposed, I think, is a reasonable proposal.
Okay, Madam Mayor, if I may, just to follow up. So with respect to the you know, the water billing, and you know, and you have to remember that you know, the condo board is now, just for context, they're dealing with, you know, some situations that they weren't in existence at the time these arrangements were made between, you know, the developer and the town. So they're, of course, now they're the ones holding the bag, and they have to, you know, try and rectify it. And they're trying to do what's best for, you know, they're doing their job as a condo board, trying to do what's best for the owners and the residents. So I get that. And you know, and as a councillor, I'm trying to advocate on behalf of my constituents. So with respect to the you know, the billing, and I understand what you're saying, though we are charging them a fixed rate, the same rate that we're charging other residents, but it's not fully to their door. So we're charging the same rate as guys that are having their water delivered straight to the door, whereas these folks are paid, you know, really should only be paying to the super meter. So I think there's, and maybe this is a question better for the finance area, but I think there may be some wiggle room there on how we handle that, but maybe that's a conversation for outside of this meeting. With respect to the Madam Mayor, through you too, Mr. Molinaro, to the garbage collection, I understand what you're saying. I know we do have streets in our town where you know, the garbage GFL has to back out of. They go in and they have to back out of. We do have some streets where they do have cars parked on the side. I understand, and I'm the last guy to say that we should turn a blind eye to, you know, public safety. But I know that there are occasions where we do it here. I'm wondering if there's an opportunity for being creative, looking at something we could do more to investigate this area. You know, for those reasons alone, I think, Madam Mayor, I think I at this point, I would say let's just receive this report. I think there's some conversations that I know, Madam Mayor, you've been having chats with the local residents. I know, Councillor Morton, you're concerned about this as well. Maybe there's an opportunity for, you know, a few of us offline to talk a little bit more about this, to help me understand. Certainly, I'd like to understand more around the guidelines around the Safe Drinking Water Act, to make sure that I fully understand it. But I would simply say at this point, let's receive, and then maybe have some further discussions. I don't want this to drag on for the rest of the year. We have to you know, vote on it and get it over and done with. But from my standpoint, I would feel more comfortable with a little bit more information. That's That's it. That's it for me, Madam Mayor. I'll hand it back to you.
Thank you very much. Other questions, comments? Councillor Roy DeClemente, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My feedback, I had a couple of questions, but one of my pieces of feedback is that I'd like to see us be a little bit more consistent with respect to the waste collection. Do we or don't we? It shouldn't be oh, can they back up or not back up? If it is collection on private property, then either we do it or we don't, and it shouldn't come down to how the condo property is developed. I'd like to see some consistency there. Obviously, I think we need to have some consideration when we are looking at our official plan and the policies that are going into that, whether it's the official plan or another document. We need to have some language in there that lays out what our policy is with respect to condominiums. So they're becoming an attractive form of real estate for landowners to develop because they can intensify, but the challenge then becomes that they offload those municipal services that we can't safely deliver onto the owners. And so affordability goes out the window again because it creates an additional challenge. It's just a different bill that's coming in. So I'd like to see some language in our policy documents that are reflective of what we're talking about here. So for example, if we're not going to do waste collection, then there has to be some language that says your site plan has to address how waste management is handled. And you're not going to use a visitor parking spot for your dumpsters so that your commercial person can come in and do your waste management and waste collection. So we need some language there. One question through you, Madam Mayor, to Mr. Molinari. In the staff report on page 5, it notes that there's one bill that's directed to the condo corporation, and it includes a delivery fee that's based on a residential fixed charge for each unit in the development. It seems to me that's a bit of a conflict. So if our argument is that the super meter is our delivery point, and therefore there should be one delivery charge and one rate for that condo corporation, we should not be charging an additional delivery fee to each unit within the condominium corporation because we are not delivering to those individual units. We're simply delivering to the property line. So from an affordability perspective and a fairness perspective, if we're not delivering to the house, then we shouldn't be charging them a delivery fee. And I'd like to see that reflected in our policy going forward. I'm not sure where we want to go with this report today, but those are the things that I'd like to see, is some consistency in waste and not double billing for delivery to the door of a private property. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions, comments? I too have taken a good look at this. I'm concerned that what we're doing should be consistent with any other condominiums that we have both now and in the future. I think it's going to be really important, and I'm not sure how we do it, that people, when they're purchasing these townhouses and their homes, they're beautiful. I can understand why there's an attraction to it, but somehow these issues that we're talking about today need to be brought up at the time when people are purchasing a home. This home, it's after the fact, and I understand that it's no different what we're talking about today than being in another municipality in York Region. The rules are the same, but unfortunately, when people buy the condominium, not necessarily is it upfront that they understand these issues. I'm not sure how they find out about them, but I'm sure that it's written in agreements and etc. I've checked around across the GTA, and they're consistent with other municipalities as well. We're not alone, and I'm sure, Mr. Molinari, you probably have heard from other people in your position in other municipalities about concerns about these condos, and they're beautiful. I expect that we will have many more applications come in, and so we should. It's a wonderful way for people to have a lifestyle, but the whole idea of today's discussion, and it was last week's and it was last month, is it takes the pleasure away somewhat from the living facilities that they have and how wonderful they really are. So if we can, I would hope that at a much earlier stage than occupancy, that perhaps when we start to take a look at the condo plans before us, that somehow embedded in that is the ability to let people know prior to their purchase exactly what it is and what is the difference between living in a single family dwelling in East Gwillimbury. I think that's tremendously important. That what did we learn from this? That we make sure that it doesn't happen again. It's happening all over York Region. I know that it's exactly the same regulations in any municipality that everyone is building at the same time. Are there any other comments or questions at this time? Councillor Crone, you had suggested a change, I believe.
Yeah, I think we just choose to, I think we just receive this and then, Madam Mayor, and then we have some further discussions, and then we can talk about whether we need to update them and before we move on to endorsing the proposed principles. So I would just strike the second half of the last paragraph that's on the agenda and just say that that this be received.
We have a seconder for that. Councillor Persuccini, thank you. Councillor Roy DiClemente, go ahead.
Question on the motion. If we're just receiving it, it doesn't feel like there's a plan for moving forward as far as what next steps are. So we're going to receive it, and then there's no mechanism for it to be brought back to us. So, Councillor Crone, what would you like to see happen next? Do you want it referred back to staff for further discussion, or do you want it to be considered based on our feedback today? How would you like to proceed next?
I think, thank you, through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Roy DiClemente. I think we have further discussion, send it back for further discussion with staff and members of council to discuss. And I think we just need to make it as simple as that.
Thank you. Any other questions? This is moved by Councillor Crone, seconded by Councillor Persuccini. I'm not seeing any. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you, Councillor Crone. I'm sure we all will be looking at these sales offices and condos a little differently, and perhaps before it comes back to us, it's not easy. It is rather complicated at this time. So I would hope that members of council have a good look at this one and also some of the other ones that are built in our neighboring municipalities. Thank you. Item 2 under community infrastructure, environmental services. Mr. Molinari, I'll turn it back to you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So our second memo is in response to a request from council to provide a bit of a business case for this program and to also provide an update as to where we are. So I can give you just a brief overview. The multi-year water meter replacement project was initiated in 2017 and has proceeded in a number of phases. So to date, new development has installed the new radio frequency smart meters in new homes as they're constructed. About 4,000 meters have been installed to date through new development. And there's also been a replacement of approximately 5,000 existing meters, which is the existing community that had the historic meters for when they were constructed many years ago. The replacement of those 5,000 existing meters is well underway and nearly complete. The current phase is to implement an automated meter reading to reduce the administration associated with the drive-bys to collect the meter readings for billing purposes and account setup and closing. In addition to being more cost effective, there are a number of advantages to automating the meter reading process, such as it allows for meter readings to support monthly billing, which has now been implemented, or we can change that to any time interval that's desired once you have that infrastructure in place. It allows us to flag and investigate high water usage, allows for improved customer service to troubleshoot water consumption issues and discrepancies in real time. Allows for efficient final meter readings for ownership tenant transfers, and really it reduces staff time to perform the meter readings and drive-bys, and actually allows that time to be used for other things that we require staff to do, such as water testing, etc. So staff conservatively estimate about an 8-year return on investment to fully implement the system. And every year thereafter, there would be costs, the cost savings would be achieved on an annual basis. We recommend proceeding with a propagation study, which would include a detailed cost estimate to complete and implement a fully automated system townwide. And the current funding that we have in place would allow us to do the propagation study and actually provide what we believe is sufficient funding to do the fully automated system in the community of Mount Albert. We feel that for the approximately $90,000, we could do that system in Mount Albert and use it as a test system prior to implementing it townwide. So that's a summary of the report, Madam Mayor, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Questions? Last call, questions? I'm not seeing anyone. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Foster, Councillor Morton, all those in favor? And that's carried. We are at item number 3, Community Infrastructure and Environmental Services Permission to enter town-owned lands. When these lands were first brought up into to council many years ago, I declared an interest. It is in close proximity to my home, and so I will declare an interest today, and I'll ask if Councillor Roy DiClemente would take the chair for this particular item, please.
I sure will. Thanks for the advance notice, though.
I knew you could handle it.
I swear I'm awake. My item before us today is an environmental community infrastructure and environmental services memo regarding permission to enter town-owned lands. Mr. Molinari, do you care to present it to council, please?
Thank you, Madam Acting Mayor. The proposed development is at the southwest corner of 2nd Concession and Mount Albert Road. And they require access to the town-owned lands to complete some boreholes to support their development application. This would generally be geotechnical investigation on the town-owned block. So town staff have no objection to the work, but it requires contact with council under the delegation bylaw in order to proceed. So this is really an administrative matter that's just coming to council for information and ensure there's no issues with proceeding.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Molinari. Members of council, do you have any questions? Seeing none, may I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor Persicini, seconded by Councillor Carruthers. All those in favor? And that motion is carried. And I'll turn the chair back to you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. That concludes our this section of our agenda. Unless there are other items, Mr. Molinari, that should come before our council today.
Nothing further at this time, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. We will move along to emergency and community safety services at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Two items on the agenda from Emergency and Community Safety Services. The first item, it deals with it's a good news story, and it deals with it highlights one of the collaborative community partners that we have. And what I'd like to do is pass it over to Captain Davidson and Brandon Wright to provide a little short presentation.
Thank you, Chief McKenzie. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and Council. Emergency and Community Safety Services is pleased to announce that we've been awarded a grant from Firehouse Subs Public Safety Foundation of Canada. This grant assists us in educating our residents in the first line of defense. Firehouse Subs continues to be an amazing partner within East Gwillimbury. Firehouse Subs Public Safety Foundation mission is to impact the life-saving capabilities and the lives of local heroes and their communities. We're always looking at new ways to getting our message out to residents, preventing a fire from happening, or help someone know what to do in case a fire does occur. With this year's grant opportunity, Community Education and Prevention Branch applied to the foundation to have the educational messages on our front run trucks out of each station, as well as the arena penalty box doors at our sports complex. This grant covered the design, it covered the printing, as well as the installation of all the graphics on all the trucks and in the arenas. To date, we have received over $53,000 in funding from 3 separate grants through the foundation. I now would like to turn the presentation over to our public educator, Brandon Wright.
Thank you, Captain Davidson. If you can please switch to the next slide. Here are some examples of the mobile educational graphics that have been placed on our fleet. They include a variety of educational messages, from planning your escape in a high-rise building, having working carbon monoxide alarms, and keeping fire hydrants clear. These graphics have been specifically designed for in which the community that they will serve, and they are located on the rear roll-up doors of our fire trucks. If you can please switch to the next slide. This shows both sides of our new engine 281. On one side, we have the message of have a home escape plan because fire happens fast. And on the opposite side, we have the message close your door tight before you say goodnight to give you more time in the event of a fire. Having these graphics mobile allows residents to not only see them on paper, but while they wait at a stoplight, if they're out walking the dog, or even at a community event. You can think of them as another way that we're able to reach more residents of East Gwillimbury. If you can please switch to the next slide. In addition to our mobile messaging, we have worked with our partners at CPRC and created graphics to go on our penalty boxes on both ice pads at our sports complex. This has allowed us to not only reach a large number of East Gwillimbury residents, but as well as visitors to the arena as well, and then educate them on the importance of fire and life safety. On behalf of ECSS, I would like to thank Firehouse Subs in awarding us the Firehouse Subs Public Safety Foundation of Canada grant and their commitment to educating fire and life safety to the residents of East Gwillimbury. Thank you.
Wow, that's one of those good news stories, isn't it? It's very good, and I have seen them out in other communities as well. Firehouse Subs really steps up for the needs in a community. Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm just wondering through my mind how we can thank Firehouse Subs. Perhaps it might mean would it be appropriate to put a couple of a plaque in each one of our fire halls just to remind people, obviously, that are working there, but anybody that might be coming in as a visitor, to how important they are to us in the community. It's just a thought. Councillor Roy DeClemente, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was going to suggest that perhaps we could do some communication work around this and help promote Firehouse Subs, you know, to perhaps some of these photos, ask the community, have you seen these? Did you know what they were sponsored by? And they were made possible by our community partner, Firehouse Subs. You know, I think that angle might also be helpful in promoting the message and promoting the fact that they wouldn't be there if it weren't for the generosity and the work that Firehouse Subs has done for us. I particularly love the penalty boxes because it's, you know, that metaphor of the door closing. It's perfect. But I think that there's a way for us to share with the community the generosity of this local business. Thank you.
For sure. Chief, had you thought of any way of recognizing them outside of perhaps maybe the two suggestions that we have right now?
Actually, yes, Your Honor, we have. Historically, we've done what's called the Night of Honor. That's been suspended for the last couple of years because of COVID, but we intended to, once we could get back into a crowd where we acknowledge some of our staff and some of our community partnerships. So we were going to take that opportunity to, on one of our Nights of Honor.
Wonderful. Wonderful. That's terrific. I know I have seen them out about at other charities that we're not alone. They actually support many community organizations and good for them. They work very hard and they're getting the message out. Thank you. So with that, seeing no other questions, could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Persuccini, Councillor Roy DiClemente, all those in favor? That's carried. And please let us know what you've decided to do to honor them and to thank them. And we're all there for you as well to support it. Thank you very much.
Your Honor, the second item on under ECSS deals with certification of firefighters. At the beginning of this year, the provincial government proposed a regulation establishing a minimum qualification for training in the fire service. Deputy Jago has taken the lead on this for our division and has been involved from the beginning with the consultation period. So what I'd like to do is turn it over to Deputy Jago for his memo.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chief, and through you, Mayor, to Council. As the Chief mentioned, on the 28th of January this year, the Ontario government released a regulation outlining that minimum standard for mandatory certification. And those standards are the National Fire Protection Association standards. And they expect that the regulation is to come into force this year on July the 1st. The regulation was posted for comment and closed on February 28th. So over the last month, staff have participated in several town halls and working sessions with the Ontario Fire Marshal's Office and the Association of Fire Chiefs, with the goal to fully understand the regulation, the implications on training and certification, and of course identify the concerns and challenges that exist to meet the certification. As a whole, the Ontario Association of Fire Chiefs has submitted the comments on behalf of all the fire departments of Ontario with proposed solutions to minimize the impact of the regulation. And those were submitted by February 28th. You'll notice on the memo that there's a table there, and that outlines what standards are applicable to the service level that we currently provide to our residents with the certification deadline. And those, depending on the standard, it could be 4 to 6 years that we need to meet that deadline. So we've always recognized that certification and training are important to firefighting. And since 2016, we've taken and certified all our incoming firefighters to those NFPA standards. Previous to that, we've also taken advantage of a process through the Ontario Fire Marshal's Office to obtain equivalency for many of our firefighters to the standard. Although we still have lots of questions as it pertains to the regulation, we're in a very advantageous position, having taken advantage of the equivalency process and also certifying our firefighters to current standards. We anticipate that there's no dramatic impact, other than perhaps a slight bump in budgets over the coming years to kind of meet where we do need to meet the requirements. But when more information becomes available, we're certainly going to report back to Council. I'm happy to take any questions at this time.
Thank you very much. Questions? Councillor Foster, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Not so much a question, but a comment. As you know, I spent a lot of time in the fire service, and the Ontario standards that were before a number of years ago, when they came into being, we all wondered at the time why it didn't kind of really match up and marry up with the NFPA at the time. And as the training officer, believe me, I was waist deep in trying to make sure that those equivalencies got done in a timely fashion. The problem with all this, and again, we look like we're good going into this with the training levels that our staff is attaining, and with the equivalencies is, you know, how it goes along. The challenge I see here is the fact that you kind of have to step lightly to make sure that this doesn't become a deterrent to new staff. So it's all in how you prevent or how you present it to, you know, during a process where you're looking to hire people, and sometimes this puts a drag on your training division to make sure that, again, it's not a deterrent, and you know, the stuff that can be done in-house is done in-house, so you don't have people having to travel, and that makes taking the job a little bit more difficult. So I look forward to seeing what kind of changes you can make to try and make this one work. This is always, you know, it seems like things go full circle. You meet an equivalency, and in a few years the equivalency changes, and you have to work like crazy to meet that again. So I look forward to seeing how this one's going to work in the future.
Thank you. Other questions or comments? I'm not seeing any. Councillor Foster, would you move this? Thank you. And a seconder, Councillor Morton. All those in favor? And that's carried. Might you have any other information for us today, Chief?
Your Honor, that's it for today, but I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions of the Chief? I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much. We'll move on to item K. I'm hoping that we can finish off the reports before we take a break. If we can't, we will, but let's see if we can move along. And we have Community Parks, Recreation and Culture. And Mr. Karmazin, there you are. Thank you very much. Go ahead, please. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we've one prepared agenda item for today. I'm pleased to announce that we would like to move forward and celebrate 15 new park, trail, and facility openings in 2022 throughout the coming spring, summer, and fall, including our new Operations Center facility on Woodbine Avenue. These projects were completed over the past 2 years and with provincial restrictions in effect. And as a result, the town has been unable to plan opening events with the public during this time period. With the easing of restrictions now and reopening and recovery efforts, we're hoping that we're able to host opening events and celebrate these accomplishments and these assets with our residents and the communities. I'd be happy to answer any questions related to the memorandum or the proposed schedule.
Thank you very much. I'm not seeing any questions at this time. Councillor Roy DeClemente, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to these events. I think the only one that I'm really excited about is the Help sod turning, which doesn't have a date on it. Not a question, just a comment. I'm happy to move receipt.
Thank you. Very exciting. Please thank your staff for such an accomplishment. 16 openings is quite incredible. To have the projects done is one thing. To entertain 16 openings in itself is quite a feat. So thank you very much. I'm not seeing any other questions. Moved by Councillor Roy DeClemente, seconded by Councillor Crone. All those in favor? And that's carried. Mr. Karmazin, do you have anything else that council should be aware of at this time?
Through you, Madam Mayor, nothing further at this time. Thank you.
I think it's all in the 16, isn't it? Councillor Roy DeClemente, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I just had an item under other business for Community Parks, Rec and Culture. I had previously emailed Mr. Karmazin with an idea, and I just wanted to raise it here. I think we're all very much aware, given what I've seen on screen today with little flags and emblems and ribbons and so on, about the events unfolding in the Ukraine. And I was going to, the suggestion I had was that we might give direction to staff to plan and implement a horticultural expression of support for the Ukraine this spring. I don't know if people have seen the national flower of the Ukraine is the sunflower, and so I thought that it might be an interesting or a thoughtful way of expressing our community's support by using plant material or in the colors of the flag or doing something. Our staff are unbelievably creative, but I just wanted to put that idea forward as they start to make their plans for the spring season, because I know I'm really anxious to get my seeds in the ground. So just thought I would make that suggestion here. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. I'm not seeing any other comments. Thank you very much, Mr. Karmazin. We'll move along then. Thank you. Our next item is one report from Development Services.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this memo is to update council on an ongoing appeal of a draft plan of subdivision and a zoning bylaw amendments application in the Mount Albert community. The applicant here is the Rice Group, and the site's on the west side of Center Street, just north of King Street. So the essence of this memo, as you recall, that back in July of 2021, council has authorized staff to enter into a minutes of settlement for a total of 31 residential units here with a private road that comes off of King Street. So since then, there's a strong commitment in terms of providing draft plans of conditions, both from the York Region and Conservation Authority and from the town, that we'd like to now move forward and schedule a settlement hearing. So this memo is to provide council with a full transparency on those the resolution of the settlements, the principles of settlements, which includes the approved draft plan with conditions, to continue to have zoning bylaw, the holding provisions over the lands until servicing is available, as well as detailed conditions from York Region, which relates to servicing, and Conservation Authority conditions, which relates to the environmental aspects of the sites, and as well as stormwater management. The other item, which also includes, is the Rice Group, which will agree to purchase town-owned lands for the set price, as listed in the memo, and as well as continue to work with the region on providing to finish the optimization study in Mount Albert area to increase the servicing. And that's all I'll have to report back to them, and I'm happy to answer any questions on this memo.
Thank you very much. Questions? I'm not seeing any questions. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Morton, Councillor Crone. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Are there any other items that we should be aware of?
Not at this time, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll see you next meeting then. Thank you very much. We're at item M, and that's Legal and Counsel Support Services.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have a couple of items on the agenda today. The first is the matter of the noise bylaw. Jennifer Nichols, manager of bylaw enforcement, has been working on the noise bylaw for quite some time now. We've been to council a couple of times, and we've done some public outreach. So Jen will walk you through the highlights of the bylaw, and just kind of happy to say that we're quite content with it now, and we hope you are too, and we'll feel free to enact it.
Thank you. Jen, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Council, staff, and community members watching today. In front of you is a noise bylaw for your consideration. These new amendments to the bylaw will provide staff additional tools to respond and address noise complaints. Some of the key changes that were added were a quantitative noise level contained within the bylaw, making it less subjective for staff when going out to the noise complaints. The other is delivery and loading times. Operation times for aggregate sites that aren't regulated by the ministry. Heavy construction equipment restriction for the weekend. These would include heavy earthwork and operations. Sound reproduction devices, including noise levels and times in which you can and cannot produce those noises, and addresses air conditioners, where we currently don't have those tools in place. So we are seeing an uptick in complaints in air conditioners and the noise associated with that. Certainly happy to take any questions that Council has in regards to the noise bylaw.
Questions from Councillor? Councillor Roy DeClemente, go ahead, and then did I see Councillor Crothers? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Roy DeClemente.
Thank you. Just a brief one through you, Madam Mayor, to Ms. Nichols. I just wanted to confirm, because I promised a constituent that I would ask about this, and that is that snow removal operations are exempted from the noise bylaw. So they're allowed to, whether they are private or public, removing snow at any hour of the day, they are exempted from the provision of the noise bylaw, correct?
Through Madam Mayor, yes, that is correct. So that is a provision that was added into the exemption section.
Thank you very much. I'm pleased to see this is moving forward. I know you've worked really hard on this, Ms. Nichols, to try and make sure that you have a tool that that works for you as you're trying to address concerns raised by our residents. So I appreciate the effort that's gone into this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crothers, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I echo Councillor Roy DeClemente's statements about this is going to be an important tool to address the concerns that we hear from residents. One thing I didn't see in there, I looked through it, and it is a very long bylaw. I was wondering about school bells and buzzers. I know there's been complaints. Sometimes those buzzers are ringing during the summer or on weekends. And I'm just wondering if that is part of this. I don't know that it needs to be part of the bylaw. I think it's something that probably could be addressed with the schools directly. But I know that that is definitely a noise complaint that we get. If it's in there, I'm sorry if I missed it, but I was looking for that. Is that addressed in there?
We do have a section that deals with bells, horns, and so forth. So anything that no person shall I'll just read it. So no person shall ring any bell, sound, or any horn or sound in a manner likely to disturb the inhabitants of the town. So obviously it provides the tools for us to address that if need be. I haven't had any of those complaints directly to me in regards to bells from the schools specifically, but it definitely allows us the tools to address that and kind of work with the school.
Okay, but the schools should be allowed to ring their bells at recess to bring the kids in, etc. Yes. But they shouldn't be doing them on the weekends. I'm just wondering if that needs to be spelled out more clearly.
Let's see if there's anything within the exception sections. Yeah, we do have an exemption section for kind of emergency bells and whistles, that type of thing. It doesn't specifically outline the bells like the school bell.
Okay, it was a complaint I got very, very regularly as a school board trustee. People were complaining, neighbors to the schools complaining about the bells ringing on the weekends and during the summer break and that sort of thing. So it'd be nice if it was addressed, but you know, it's a bit of a niche issue with probably a very willing partner. So maybe it doesn't need to be spelled out. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Foster, then Councillor Crone. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and Ms. Nichols. This is an easy one. It was just a little bit of administration stuff that might be cleaned up. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I was slightly confused, and sometimes that doesn't take much to confuse me. But on page 2, we say that a community event means a traditional, festive, or cultural event which is open to the public, planned and sponsored by the Sharon Temple. Now that is explained later on page 12 a little bit better, but my first thought was, I think we have more community events than just things that are sponsored by the Sharon Temple. So I don't know if there's some administration or some wording that can change there, but it just drew my attention when I was looking through the bylaw.
Through Madam Mayor, that specific definition of community events is specific to the provisions pertaining to the Sharon Temple in the exemption section. There is a definition of an event which would encompass your typical event in the town. So yeah, that was that was addressed.
Thank you. Councillor Crone, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just had a few questions through you to Ms. Nichols. We have you have a spot in there, and by the way, I think this is a great bylaw. I'm really happy to see this brought forward, and I think it'll be helpful. There is a spot though about idling, no more than 3 minutes. Does that align with our? I think we had an idling bylaw that we presented. I'm going to go say 2019. Does that align? Are we in alignment with both our bylaws?
Through Madam Mayor, yes, that is consistent with the idling bylaw that we have. Yes.
Okay, perfect. And the second question I have, and it's around mufflers. You know, there's we all know when a car does not have a muffler, and it's noisy, and I think that's a good thing to have. Although there are situations where you have you know, certainly with the new modified cars where there is technically a muffler on it, but it is not doing its job. And it's the same with some street bikes that it's quite loud. How do we deal with situations like that where we know the vehicle is definitely loud, but it may have a muffler on it?
So for us, we would deal specifically to a vehicle that was on a property in particular, right? If they're revving the muffler, we don't have the authority to pull over vehicles for loud exhaust and so forth. So our bylaw would regulate that noise on a particular property. A resident is complaining about the neighbor, and it speaks to an effective muffler or other device which effectively prevents loud or explosive noises. So if it doesn't have that and it's being, you know, a concern to a resident as far as noise, this would allow us to kind of, you know, the tools to address that complaint. The key is effective preventing loud explosive noises. Okay. All right. And Madam Mayor, just one last question, if I may, through you to Ms. Nichols. There was under Appendix A, there was a line about fireworks. And we've just been discussing fireworks lately. I was just wondering, how does this, I think it says no fireworks anytime. At what point does the firework, which bylaw will have priority? Through Madam Mayor. So with this, I left it, I appreciate that fireworks bylaw will likely be changing or amending at some point. I left it broad, basically the discharge of fireworks contrary to the fireworks bylaw. So what that looks like is, you know, fireworks after 11, so forth. Generally, that's likely what will happen with the new bylaw. I can't speak, but I've left it open, so we don't have to come back to council to amend the bylaw. And any enforcement provisions for the fireworks would be specific to the fireworks bylaw. But again, I've just kind of broadened it in the noise bylaw.
Okay, thank you. That makes perfect sense. Thank you for clarifying that. I look forward to this bylaw. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? I'm not seeing any. Be it resolved that Legal and Counsel Support Services bylaw branch Report LCSS 2022-03 dated March 8, 2022, entitled Noise Bylaw be received, and that the proposed noise bylaw attached as Appendix A to Legal and Counsel Support Services Bylaw Branch LCSS 2022-03 be approved. Mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Roy DiClemente, Councillor Persicini, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. We have a second item, Legal and Counsel Support Services Clerks Branch, Report LCSS 2022-04 Award Contract to Sky Canada Internet Voting System. And
thank you, Madam Mayor. The team has been very active in the procurement of a new internet voting system because we're moving to internet voting for the next municipal election. Madam Clerk will speak to the process and introduce you to our provider.
Thank you, Dean. Through you, Madam Mayor. The purpose of this report is to simply advise Council on the results of the joint request for proposal that we undertook with the town of Georgina for the successful selection of Cytle Canada, also known as Cytle, to provide internet voting services simply during our advanced vote days in the 2022 municipal election and school board elections. Through a competitive procurement process, Cytle scored strongly in technical submissions, interview assessment, as well as demonstrating a thorough understanding of the project, mandatory core functional business and technical requirements, as well as information security and privacy standards. A little bit about this particular vendor. They have provided well over 100,000 election events worldwide, including a successful deployment of an online voting system for more than 100 Ontario municipal elections. Specifically in 2018, 2 of our York Regional municipalities of Newmarket and Markham opted into their particular services. Through you, Madam Mayor, that concludes the high-level overview of this particular information report. Happy to take any questions or any comments at this time.
thank you very much. Questions? Very complete. I'm not seeing any questions. Be it resolved that Legal and Counsel Support Services Clerks Branch Report LCSS 2022-04 dated March 8th, 2022, entitled Award of Contract to Skytel Canada Internet Voting System be received. I have a mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Morton, Councillor Roy DiClemente, all those in favor? And that's carried.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And then the final report on the agenda, it's part and parcel of the whole election process. And the team again has completed the procurement for a vendor for tabulators. So again, Madam Clerk will speak to the process and identify the service provider for you.
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Dean. Through you, Madam Mayor. Again, the purpose of this particular report is to advise Council on the sole source contract selection for a Dominion voting system to provide optical scan tabulators and related ballot supplies for the 2022 municipal and school board elections. As Council may recall, earlier in February, staff advised of a series of COVID implications, including impacts to supply and chain demand shortages that we were experiencing at the time. And more so, it was impacting paper products and tabulators. Following the bid submission that we carried out with the town of Georgina, following that particular deadline, there were no eligible bids received for the optical scan tabulator. This was mainly due to the fact that the eligible firms weren't able to submit a viable bid due to the volatility in the marketplace and lack of equipment and elections-related supplies. But I am one of those individuals that I believe in always having a plan B. So to address this particular issue, I quickly opted into leveraging the Dominion Elections Ontario Joint Tabulator Lease Program. This is essentially a program offered by Elections Ontario, managed through Dominion. And what happens is we are able to lease the tabulators that are owned by the province through this lease joint program. And I am pleased to advise that we have successfully entered into a sole sourcing contract with Dominion Voting to lease the tabulators. And at this time, what I can say is that this option was deemed to be the most appropriate method of acquisition, as there were no eligible firms submitted for the bid. At this time, this concludes the high-level overview of this report, Madam Mayor. Happy to answer any questions or to take any comments at this time.
Thank you very much. Questions? Excellent work. I like your second choice. Thank you. Okay, do we have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Persicidi, Councillor Crone. Be it resolved that Legal and Counsel Support Services Clerk's Branch Report LCSS 2022-05 dated March 8, 2022, entitled Award of Contract to Dominion Voting Systems Optical Scan Vote Tabulators be received. All those in favor? And that's carried. Mr. Horner, do we have anything else at this time?
Nothing else on the agenda, Madam Mayor. Happy to take any questions. I saw there's Mr. Webster too, though.
Mr. Webster, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, I think it would be the appropriate time to acknowledge our solicitor for the past 5 years, Dean Horner. We're getting good at this, unfortunately, lately. Just recently, we lost our General Manager of Development Services to Aurora, and Dean approached me several weeks ago, and we had a very good conversation, and he's made a heartfelt family decision to return to the Toronto area. And as we know, Dean's a resident of York Region right now, particularly Stouffville, and his family is relocating back to where he was born and raised in Toronto, and Dean is moving on to the Toronto Housing Corporation, which is one of the most fascinating models of providing affordable housing in North America. My good friend Jag Sharma is their CEO, and Jag outreached to me to indicate that they were hiring Dean, and I let Jag know that they were getting a very, very kind and good person and a super lawyer. And you just wanted to thank Dean on behalf of our leadership team. He's been such a key part of our last 5 years, and today is indicative of his character. He wanted to get some matters cleaned up before he, and particularly some of the things that Jennifer's been working on for quite a while. And so I just wanted to pass on appreciation for your efforts, Dean, and you'll be missed here. And Madam Mayor, I'll pass it back to yourself and council for any others that want to acknowledge Dean's terrific time here.
Thank you very much. I spoke to Dean yesterday and shared some of my thoughts with him, but I do remember him sitting in the second row at the Region of York committee room, and the next thing I knew, he was sitting in the front row in East Gwillimbury, and I've learned so much from you. I appreciate all the work that you have done. You've been very kind and gentle with some files that we had that really needed some TLC, and I want to thank you very much. You leave with me having a far better understanding of the legal system in our community and in the municipality as well. So I thank you very much, wish you well, and I didn't know until yesterday that Dean and I, while we didn't go to the same high school, they were rivals in Scarborough, and we were very close within blocks of living very close together. So I understand why you're going back. It's a beautiful area, and I know you'll enjoy it. Thank you very much. Councillor Persicini.
Well, can I say, Dean, we go back almost 25 years ago when you were a member of my club. You were a gentleman then, you're a gentleman today. I'm going to miss you. I'm also going to miss you when you kept letting me pass you once in a while. We were doing a South Lake walk run, and he would slow down so I can pass them. And they say, "Oh, you go pretty fast." Meantime, I was just going like a very slow pace. But anyway, thanks for being you. You're a true gentleman. I'm going to miss you, and I'm sure the rest of the staff will miss you. And I wish you all the best. And I hope this not we will stay in touch with like I did with the rest of the staff. Thank you so much for being you.
Thank you, Councillor Persicini. Any other comments? Councillor Crone, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for you too. Mr. Horner, thank you for everything that you've done, your service to the town. You've been invaluable on so many files that we've had before, tricky files. Certainly the one for me that really stands out was the whole cannabis issue. You were a true leader on that one along with Marco. And so I really appreciate you for our success. It was your success as well. And I've always enjoyed our conversations, and it's been an honor and a pleasure to work with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just really want to thank Council for the and Council, Tom, SMT, and staff for the opportunities you've given me. It's been a great time at EG. We've accomplished so much. I'm so proud of this town, this community, and it really has been my honor and privilege to work with you. I wish I'd got more done before before it was time to leave, but thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, your report card's full.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. With that, we will move along in our agenda. Item N is administration, and we have no reports at this time unless someone tells me differently. Councillor Roy DiClemente, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was going to raise this under legal and council support services, but we moved a little bit quickly. Members of council, I don't know if you've had the same experience as I have, but my inbox is starting to get flooded with inquiries and questions about wildlife in urban areas. There's been significant sightings of coyotes. They're not just in the trail system, but they're out and about on urban streets during broad daylight. And our policies at this point are that it's a ministry issue. Our animal control staff are not, our policy is that our animal control staff don't address wildlife. The ministry doesn't have fetching, doesn't address it. We've had injured foxes and dead rabbits and coyotes in broad daylight. And so I'm looking for a little bit of assistance. I think there's probably two things that we need to look at, and I'm happy to hear from my colleagues. Maybe some enhanced communication from the town as far as what to do when you see it. And secondly, a review of how we address wildlife, given that our areas we're not just a rural area anymore, but that we've got some coyotes and foxes that are in pretty urbanized areas, and people don't have the tools to address that accordingly. So I'm just looking for some assistance and some support for our residents on this matter. And I'm not sure what next steps are, but I just thought I would raise it here. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Foster, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And just to kind of go along with what Councillor Roy DiClemente is mentioning, I think it's important that maybe this is a good time for us to review all our policies and procedures that we have in place and make sure that we're doing what we need to do and we're consistent with some of our neighboring municipalities. And I think maybe it's time for some good education of the public also. I mean, we're the ones that are moving in on them. Those animals are losing their homes and the area that they live in because of all the development that's going on. So I think it's a good opportunity for education, and again, some time for us to have a look at, making sure we're doing what we need to do.
Thank you. Agreed. Councillor Crothers, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I think it really is a two-part issue. There's what how we deal with what is happening right now with the animals that are ending up in the urban areas, but then there's the planning issue that Councillor Foster is touching on. It's something that's near and dear to me that I keep raising in our OP consultations, and that is about allowing space for the animals to move from one area to another. Those connected green corridors are so important so that we minimize the disruption that we're seeing now with just the small amount of build out we've had so far is nothing compared to what's coming. And we're going to see this problem increase unless we plan for places for these animals to be. So I just want to reiterate in this context too what I've been saying during our official plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? I'm not seeing any at this time. Know that there's been some notes taken with comments that we have here. Councillor Roy DeClemente, go ahead.
Perhaps I could put forward a resolution. Thank you. I'm getting hangry. It's almost lunchtime. Perhaps I could put forward a resolution requesting staff prepare a memorandum on the matter and give us some options for considering for consideration as far as moving forward with policies related to wildlife within the town of East Gwillimbury.
Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Foster, thank you. All those in favor? That's carried.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have nothing under corporate services. We have nothing under finance. We are down to correspondence for consideration. Correspondence from Jay Amato, got you. Race Route Director, Mount Albert 5K Run Walk Committee dated February 28, 2022, requesting a bylaw to prohibit through traffic of motorized vehicles for the purpose of hosting the 18th annual Mount Albert 5K Run Walk on Saturday, June the 4th, 2022 from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. All those in favor? Oh, sorry, I guess I should have a mover and a seconder. Councillor Crone, you had your hand up. And a seconder, please. Councillor Morton, all those in favor? And that's carried.
I'm assuming that we're moving forward with the race?
We're moving forward with the race. Yes, we are. Was there any choice? And with that, we have completed our agenda this morning, and I will leave the closed meeting until we come back. My clock is saying 1:05. Might I suggest about 45 minutes? Is that sufficient? It's 1:45, and I would hope that we will move through, I think, this portion of the closed meeting fairly quickly, but I shouldn't say that too loud. So with that, could I have a motion to adjourn right now? Moved by, sorry, no?
Through Madam Mayor, you're simply recessing this particular portion of the meeting. Yeah.
We will recess and see you in a later time. Thank you. Thank you very much. We now are going into a closed meeting. To proceed into a closed meeting of Municipal Council to deal with the following matters: personnel matters about identifiable individuals, Municipal Act Section 2392B, personnel matters, and council appointed committees, appointments, and resignation updates, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality, Municipal Act Section 2392C, real estate transactions, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, Municipal Act Section 2392E, notice of potential claim and enforcement of site plan agreement. Be it resolved that council proceed into a closed meeting of Municipal Council at 1:47 to deal with the following matters: personal matter about an identifiable individuals, Municipal Act Section 2392B, personnel matters and council appointment committees, appointments and resignation updates, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land in the municipality, Municipal Act Section 2392C, real estate transactions, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunal affecting the municipality or local board, Municipal Act Section 2392E, notice of potential claim and enforcement of site plan agreement. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Roy DiClemente, Councillor Persicini, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. If you can just wait a moment, we'll move into private session. Thank you. So we're at rise and report. Be it resolved that council rise and report from closed meeting of municipal council at 2:32 p.m. and that council endorse all directions provided to staff at the closed meeting of municipal council on March 8th, 2022. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Persicini, Councillor Morton, all those in favor? And that's carried.
Through you, Madam Mayor, there is one resolution that is stemming out of closed session. I will place that in front of council for formal adoption.
Be it resolved that the town discharge its restrictive covenant registered against title to 19047 Young Street in consideration of payment to the town of $76,580, and that the mayor and the clerk be authorized to execute all documents related to this real estate transaction. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Persicini, Councillor Crone, all those in favor? And that's carried. We're down to reports. There are no reports. There are no resolutions at this time. We have 2 bylaws. Madam Clerk, go ahead.
Through you, Madam Mayor, there are 2 additional bylaws added from the closed session this afternoon. Bylaw 2022-016 is in relation to Economic Development Advisory Committee, as we had to deal with a resignation, as well as Bylaw 2022-01 in relation to the Broadband Working Group appointing members to that. So you have a total of 4 bylaws.
Thank you. 2 that you have just informed us of, and the 2 that are in front of us right now.
That's correct.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? I'm not seeing any. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Foster, Councillor Morton, be it resolved that bylaw 2022-018 and 2022-019 be taken as read and acted and signed by the mayor and municipal clerk. All those in favor? And that's carried. We have a notice of motion provided by Councillor Crone regarding Lake Simcoe Restoration Fund. I will just read the motion. Be it resolved that notice of motion submitted by Councillor Crone dated March 8th, 2022 regarding the Lake Simcoe Restoration Fund being included on the agenda for a future meeting of council. Councillor Crone, did you want to speak to the motion?
Certainly, Madam Mayor. This is something that we're myself and some other councillors from around Lake Simcoe and the municipalities around Lake Simcoe are promoting, and it's to really hold the federal government to account. They promised in the last federal election that they would commit some money to help with the restoration of Lake Simcoe. And we're just reminding them of that. We've spoken with both our federal MPs, Scott Davidson and Tony Van Bynen. They are supportive of it. And I think it needs just a little nudge from us, and that'll help get, hopefully catch some notice in Ottawa. And we can see that that money can flow into the lake. It's, from my perspective, it's about sustainability. Anytime we do, there's so much development going on in our area, but not just East Gwillimbury, but all around the lake. And anything you do development wise, it will not have a neutral impact on the lake. We know that there will be some repercussions. So this, I think, helps all of us to say we supported this and that we are taking steps to protect the environment in which we live. And certainly Lake Simcoe is the critical part of our watershed. And if we can do something to help it, let's do it. And let's hold those to account that said that they would provide the money. That's it in a nutshell.
Do we know how much the money is?
Yeah, I think it's 30 million.
That could do a lot of good work.
Yeah, it's over 5 years, but hey,
yes.
Take it.
Yep. Good. Okay, any questions on Councillor Roy DeClemente, go ahead.
Thank you. The resolution is that it be included on the agenda for a future meeting of council. Do we want to say the April 5th meeting, or do we want to put a date on it so that we actually have it come by?
Councillor Craw?
I'm wondering if we could, would it be within our rules to approve it today? Can we get it passed today?
Madam Clerk?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the procedure bylaw does allow council to waive this particular section in order to allow members of council to entertain this particular motion to date. It is really up to council to pass a motion waiving the procedure to enable yourselves to be able to entertain.
I think if we wait, it'll be after the fact. I think the budget may be out by then, so it'll be irrelevant. So if no one has any issues with it, let's get her done.
So first off, then we need to waive the bylaw. Is that correct, Madam Mayor or Madam Clerk?
That's correct, through Madam Mayor. So you would have to waive section 22.1 of the procedure bylaw.
Thank you. Could I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Crothers. Councillor Crone. All those in favor? That's carried. We move the bylaw. And the next vote would be.
Through you, Madam Mayor, what I can do is perhaps I will bring the motion onto the screen before you for having a wholesome review of it. Just bear with me for a moment. And I believe Councillor Foster has their hand up.
I see that. Councillor Foster, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I wasn't going to bring this up today. I read this a couple of times, and the last time I read it, something popped out at me, and I'm not sure if I understand or not. On the last page, we talk about purchasing and conservation of more forests and wetlands under the auspices of the Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority. It's not clear to me who would be purchasing this land, and are we pushing someone or an organization to purchase land? I mean, I don't think that's within our purview. And Madam Mayor, you would know better than anyone. I think the Conservation Authority may certainly have some strong thoughts about being told to purchase land. I'm just wondering if I'm reading that right.
For me, it's that the money would come, the funding would come to allow the Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority to do such a thing.
Or that money would be within the $30 million. I'm just, again, I don't know if I'm looking at it right. I don't not support anything here. I think it's all good stuff. That part just doesn't read right to me somehow. I'm not sure what the solution is.
I agree with you, Councillor Foster. Councillor DeClemente, go ahead.
If I make a suggestion, if we strike the word purchasing from the resolution, the meaning and the intent of the resolution remains, and that is simply that we respectfully request that funding be used to undertake all of these things, including planting trees and the conservation of more forests and wetlands under the auspices of. So we're not suggesting that it be purchased, but that it be conserved and protected. And I think if that means purchasing, that's fine. That's what the money's for. But it could also mean that we're doing shoreline mitigation with the funds. So I think it might be safe to just remove that word, but it's really, it's not my motion. So,
Madam Mayor, I'm happy to receive that as a friendly amendment.
Okay.
And Madam Mayor, I think that does what I'm looking for. I think it clears it up a little bit.
Nope, fair comment.
Good.
Madam Clerk, I think you just need to end the conservation of more forests to be grammatically correct. Thank you.
Any questions, comments? I think it's a good idea to have the Conservation Authority a part of it. It would appear that it's within its mandate. I'm feeling somewhat uneasy in actually naming them. However, it probably is the right thing to do, so it isn't just left. I'm just a little bit unsure. How did it come about that the Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority was in bullet 4? Does anyone know?
This is a standard motion that's being put across, being submitted to similar, very similar to municipalities all around the lake. So I'm not the author of it. I was happy to introduce it. And if something's not sitting comfortable, let's take it out and make you comfortable.
Well, no, I'm not saying I'm uncomfortable. I'm just not particularly comfortable that there's lots of conservation groups around our lake. Now that you've said that it's been used, it's one that is standard with around the lake, then I'm fine with that. I just don't want to set them up, as we all know that their funding is very limited. And I don't want to set them up for failure in that we've put them in one particular area and they're the only ones that are there. But now that you've indicated that it's around the shore of Lake Simcoe, then I understand that. Thank you. Okay. Can we move it up just a little bit, please? Thank you. That makes sense to me now that I got to the last line. Absolutely. Was Councillor Roy DeClemente, do you have a question?
No, I was just trying to address your concern about the LSRCA, but if you're satisfied, then it's fine. Thank you.
Yeah, I had to get to the bottom line. I should have waited, but I'm just so very sensitive. They're forever fundraising, and they have such little money that is given to them for projects by whether it's provincial or federally, but they seem to be all encompassing in fixing things for the environment. So is everybody read to the bottom? I'm seeing that. Do we have a mover in a second? Oh, here we go. A little more. We scroll up a little more. Let me know when you've finished to endorsement. I'm seeing nods. Okay. Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have a mover and a seconder?
Through Madam Mayor, so in technical forms, the motion was introduced by Councillor Crone and Councillor Carruthers. So if you wanted to maintain that mover and a seconder posture, that can be added.
I'm seeing nods from both of them, so that would be fine with them. No questions? All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Get it all done today, Councillor Crone. We have a little other business, March 22nd, Special Council closed meeting at 5:30 p.m. Be it resolved that a Special Council closed meeting be held on March 22nd at 5:30 p.m. Have a mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Persicini. Councillor Roy DeClemente. Thank you. All in favor? And that's carried. We have a confirming bylaw. Be it resolved that the bylaw 2022-020 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council meeting held on March the 8th, 2022 be taken as read and acted, signed by the mayor and municipal clerk. Moved by Councillor Carruthers, seconded by Councillor Persicini. All those in favor? And that's carried, and we would have an adjournment, Madam Clerk, unless there's something else at this point.
No, through Madam Mayor, don't have anything prepared.
Thank you. An adjournment at 2:49 p.m. moved by Councillor Roy DeClemente and Councillor Morton. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. We got through a lot of business today. There's still a little time to play out in the sunshine.